Hello! Hopefully you can hear me and everything. I'm going to turn down my volume a little bit on this side. If everything works right... Nope, didn't work. All right. See if I can fix this real quick. I've been trying to set something... That's why. Hold on. I am trying to fix this to make it work better. That's why I'm starting a little late. Start the music at the very least. Okay, that's still a problem. Hello. Can you hear me pretty well? And can you hear my clickety clacks? I am clicketing and clacketing. Hopefully my audio stuff is already good. Good. So you should only be able to hear the clickety clacks when I am talking. If I'm not talking, you shouldn't hear the clickety clacks. Gotta set that up for all my mics, but welcome everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. I'm going to start talking. Can you hear my clickety clacks as I'm talking? I'm still talking. The clickety clacks are going. But now can you hear them? Hold on, I'll let my mic go down.
You can take away my spaceship.
Good. As long as it doesn't ruin my like how you can hear me right now.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Good.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Jenantanak just resubscribed for 65 months. I claim the first dance of the evening.
Thank you so much for that 65 months of support there, Jen. You're very important, very impressive, Mr. Rain Pedestrian. This is your probably return to night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. New PC up and running. Parts are still trickling in. I will show off the parts that I do have real quick. It's a quick update. Ta-da!
2 words. Distress bacon.
Yeah. Good G-Skill fan? Nice. Yes, so that's my plan. My plan is to get my PC built, and that this is going to be a PC that's going to last me at least another 10 years, probably more like 6 years. But the idea being that I want to the CPU is the big one. Make sure that the CPU slot is still good. If the CPU slot is still good, because the AM5 CPU slot is apparently going to be even up to the next series of chips, if not the next couple series of chips that AMD releases. So should be good there. I just want to make sure my PC is good for Squadron. Anyhow, AMD doesn't change sockets, drop the hat. They're usually pretty good about that sort of
Take away
thing.
my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suits.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Lucas_DSC just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank you so much, Lucas DSC, for that 30 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive. Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return freaking night. Trust and choose and chat. Y'all trust and cheer. Just got home? Nah, I've been home for a little bit, but I made dinner with my wife and was setting some stuff up here because I wanted to make sure that my clickety clacks no longer get picked up when I'm not talking. Like right now. Hold on. Occasionally you're picking them up because I'm actually putting it right in front of the mic. If I did this. I don't know what keyboard I have. I just picked it up just because I needed a keyboard. And I like the mechanical keyboard kind of feel, so.
Scoop, super chatted $5. Hey there, Paul. Happy Thursday. I'm glad I was able to tune in on a live stream. Also, happy patch day, and it's also my birthday grin partying face.
Hey, happy birthday, Scoob. CIG released 4.1 for your birthday.
Take
Congratulations.
away my space suit.
Thank you for that $5.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Joypop_ just resubscribed for 33 months.
Thank you so much, Joy Pop, for that 33 months of support. You're very important, pub. You're very impressive, you're very pedestrian. This is your fault. The recent trick night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Somewhat of a soft wipe. Half the components and ship weapons were gone, but kept looted weapons and attachments. That's not too bad. I wish they could do roadmap roundups out of schedule. Yeah, we're gonna do that first. Actually, we'll do that last. We'll watch the 4.1 video first. I'm also updating to 4.1 in the background as we speak. I probably won't play it live tonight because I'll play it tomorrow. Well, probably not tomorrow. I'll probably play it on Saturday, but... I will also... We'll watch a couple of things, first off. Let's watch the Alpha 4.1 trailer, because for those of you who don't know, Alpha 4.1 is out as of today. Yeah, I saw the Golem commercial. I was a little, that's fine. I think it's a little off, but it's not bad. Let's watch this together. Was good. That was good. On the bounce, apes. Right. Hey, look. This TheAstroPub guy's live. We should go watch him.
They say
Scooter!
These worlds weren't built for us.
It's Scooter!
So...
Holy wait, hold up. That is Scooter. That is fucking Scooter. I mean, it's a little different in terms of the armor because Scooter usually wears the True Def armor, but he wears that helmet and it's the same color.
They say these worlds weren't built for us. So, we'll just watch you tear them down.
Hold up, also.
Us. So, we'll just...
Idris.
Watch you tear them down. And smile. As we mine the damned rubble. We start strong and hold fast. Work for grit, not glory. So when the ground does shake, we live steady.
Attack. Is that a max or attack? That's definitely an Avenger, but is that attack?
Drake's a family, old as dirt. First to take you in and will never leave you behind. They weren't wrong, by the way. These worlds aren't built for us. So we'll build our own. Drake Golem, for the workers.
Hell yeah, brother. All right, this trailer is proof that CIG pays attention to the community. We're gonna go through this one more time, but I want you to think about this. What is the number one thing that you've heard people complain about in terms of non-combat players? What have non-combat players complained about in terms of the focus of Star Citizen for the last several years? Think about that, and let's watch this again.
They say these worlds weren't built for us. So, they'll just watch you tear them down. And smile as we mine the damned rubble. We start strong and hold fast. Work for grit, not glory. So when the ground does shake, we live steady. Drake's a family, old as dirt. First to take you in and will never leave you behind. They weren't wrong, by the way. These worlds aren't built for us. So we'll build our own. Drake Golem, for the workers.
This isn't about Drake Golem. This isn't a Drake Golem commercial. This is a commercial for the for the industrial players. Everything that he's saying is a response to it's what an industrial player would say. It even starts with, they say these worlds aren't built for us, and they're not, so we'll mind their damn rubble. That's a direct call out to say, people saying, oh, well, this isn't a PvE only game. That's what this, like, Jesus Christ, CIG. It is 1000% a meta commentary on the community. And then it's also, like a rock. Oh, like a rock. Yeah. That's really well done. Bravo to the ad team there. Bravo to the ad team. That's fucking art. That is literally art. That is them making a statement with most of the people not even picking up the statement. Most people would just be like, "Oh, this is a truck commercial. I like it." Oh yeah, it's $55. The starter package is $65. It is a starter miner. Has the marketing team moved to Manchester with LA closing? Almost certainly. Well, they always do well with commercials and such. Yeah, but typically the commercials, they've had a couple of fuck-ups, like the Nursa commercial was bad. And every so often they fuck up here and there, but they've gotten better mostly, and they've learned from their mistakes. And I think like the Nursa commercial is an example of how to fuck up a meta commentary, because it was supposed to be a meta commentary on what the Nursa was supposed to be like for gameplay for that patch. And instead, it became a confusing narrative that people were like, what? So the death of a spaceman is over with? Because people took it the wrong way. That's the max? Okay, it's the max. The commercials are also training for their new video people. Partially, I knew a couple people who used to work for CIG's video. Actually, I know one person who left CIG's cinematic team and then came back to CIG's cinematic team. They watch every show so often, so hello if you're watching again. Feel free to reach out. I'm not on Twitter anymore, so that's how we used to talk. Orbital 1 is live, and with it, the Drake Golem starting miner and the ATLS GEO mining suit with jump jets. Great Golem was 55, War Bond, 60 credit, lower than prediction. Also, the $75 starter pack is currently on sale for $67. Atlas GEO is 40 War Bond and 45 credit. Also in two for pack for 75 War Bond and 80 credit. Yes, let's look over those real quick. So Alpha 4.1. I love this. This is why this ended up being the thumbnail for those who are watching YouTube. Science run amok. Imprints are failing. Regen is collapsing. Death is coming to call. Under new instruction from Imperator Addison, previously restricted scientific research is underway once more, and means is that increased demand for rare resources, with lives and mega profits on the line. Greed, panic, and fierce competition are inevitable. Keep your head and get the job done. Don't go it alone. The Empire needs you to stop the crisis. Laser Quest. Bring the big gun. Grab a handful of your most trusted allies and navigate Damar's orbital platform and activate the formidable planetary laser. Endure multi-stage ground and orbital battles to reach your simple but virtual vital goal. Use the laser's power to access rare minerals only found in underground Valakar caves. Curious Collector. Gather your resources. Word around the system is that a strange new visitor has entered the system, with a weakness for collecting the rarest of minerals. Sell your wares to a trusted mega corporation or take your chances with the elusive stranger. Words are waiting. Or to watch the orbital assault. I love this little mining mech. Built upon the Argo's original power suit, the Atlas GEO's practical additions to streamline your mining efforts. For the workers. Drake Golem. With a bespoke laser, the external storage, the Golem is a perfect first-time miners and veterans alike. Like we got the Argo ATLS, the Geo, Inferno, the Ion, the Centurion, the Corsair, Cyclone AA. The Super Hornet's still being sold. The F-8C Lightning's being sold? Yeah, the Golem is 60. Are they selling the Polaris as well? Retaliator, Spartan, Storm. Yeah. Storm AA is better. The Ursa, okay. Valkyrie, the Atlas, yeah, just 45. So it's only $5 more than the typical Atlas. They have their own pack where you can get a bunch of things. The miner starting pack is $67. Ooh, Cutlass Black is $112. And you get Warbond Nova or Corsair. That's not bad. Let's look at the Drake right now. Bare bones. That's pretty neat. So the Golem plus Flashpoint paint, okay, 55. Golem 55 for War Bond. Golem 60 for credit, and the minor package is 67. Not bad. Got a 4 paints in stock for if you want to do that. 3 paints if otherwise. Got the Flashpoint, Keystone, the Coal Heart, and the Fault Line. Upgrade from there. The Geo stance reminds me heavily of like BattleTech. Like this right here, like you scale it up, and this would be this looks almost like something you'd see out of a MechWarrior game. Same with this. Yeah, I still think that the Combat ATLS is not something we're going to see soon. That's probably just a fun model they did. Safety orange, green, and nice. Get a duo. Thunderhead paint. You can get Thunderhead paint with it? That's pretty funny. And then, yeah, another duo for cash. Get a Keystone paint for it. Neat. Battlemaster, yeah. It's got that Battlemaster vibe for sure. To say, it kind of looks like... It's got that commando sort of stance as well, with the arms that kind of like this. Highlander, maybe? That sort of like... Yeah, the battle mech is just a fun prop, yeah. Centurion? Maybe Centurion. What's the medium mech that has... It's kind of got like a rounded head, but it carries like a PPC in one arm? Or like it has like a mount in the arm of like a PPC or laser? Panther? Maybe Panther. Panther is a light mech, not a medium mech. Griffin? Maybe the Griffin. Yeah, might be a Vindicator. I think it's a Vindicator. What I'm thinking about. Oh, yeah, no. So, let me show you something, chat. We actually know exactly what the Titan suit will look like, or something close to this. You can see the origins. You can see where, like, it's very similar to how the ATLS is. Like, this is obviously where the leg goes. And so it kind of, like, will collapse backwards, stuff like that. but it's fully enclosed and it has its own little head for sensors. And this isn't the only one that does that, because you also have this, which is it in maintenance mode. And this is what it looks like when you're actually inside of it. Kind of see the head and the arms and the legs. The different kind of design for the head, but you can sort of see the how you pilot it. So instead of the arms being kind of out, you kind of pull them in a little bit into the cab, that kind of stuff. Yeah, almost certainly, because we have seen that they mentioned the Titan suits animations and stuff like that in Squadron 42 as part of the Squadron 42 monthly report a couple of years ago. And then it was like the year after that popped up, they ATLS dropped. And now the new GEO law dropped. So, and we knew at one point it was for the original release of 4.0, they had the Titan suit files in there, or it was 3.24 when it released. The first PTU had the Titan suit files in the build, where it even talked about like melee with the suit and all kind of stuff. So we know this exists, and it's probably going to look more like this rather than look like what we see with the ATLS. The ATLS is sort of the industrial version of it. The one in Wiccolo's looks like a modified version of the ATLS. It's just sort of a kit bashed or sort of slightly updated. My guess is somebody would either because I remember there's someone when the GEO came out, somebody made a joke and decided to turn the GEO concept with 2 guns, and literally, like a week later, that exact design is what we see at Wiccolo's shop, is that combat design, which looks almost like the mock-up someone did of just putting the 2 guns sort of on top of the arm. So like the arms are out and it sort of sticks on top with little shields. I'd actually love to see that as an NPC boss battle. Like, you're gonna go on a mission chain to go kill a bandit leader, or like an outlaw leader. The leader themselves is in a somewhat arena. Like, you got to take one of those things. So it's just gonna walk at you, and just like spray size 1s at you. Yeah. One in Wiccolo's is just an ATLS technical. Yeah. How much did I missed? About 30 minutes worth. We just watched the 4.1 trailer. We watched the Golem commercial trailer, Golem commercial, and then we also looked through some of the 4.1 release stuff. So no PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Yeah, like the Nuka World Raider boss.
The Zerog just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you so much for that 4 months of support there, Zerog. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Mr. Vinny pedestrian. This is your fault. Yours room drinking at shots and cheers and shots and cheers. So when do they do show a video on bug fixing and stability? You know better than that, knowledge. Why would they? That's not exactly something you do for promotion, is to do a video being like, hey, we fixed the game. The performance has improved with 4.1. The issue with 4.1 in terms of PTU, I haven't played it live, and I'm sure there's problems right now, because whenever CIG does a release, when any game release has some problems, especially an online game. But the issue was desync, and the mining missions, or the align and mine missions got stuck and busted. But playing it solo was pretty good. Performance was fine. There were some improvements here and there, like HUD improvements and such. But the majority of it was, the majority of the issues were those things. And I'm sure they'll figure that out. Is it, Citizen Dance, is it like minor bugs in the sense of what we typically have with Star Citizen, where like weird things happen, but you can just like either reset them by logging out or leaving your hangar and coming back, that kind of thing? Or is it like minor bug, new and fun minor bugs? ATK. Got a lot of people who said, somebody else came in earlier. Scuba Loomis said that it was their birthday today. So. Hey, Paul, it's my birthday week. I think we're going to get 4.1 tomorrow, or am I going to have to supply and grad? It's already out, TK. 4.1 out is out right now. It was released a couple of hours ago. Yep, ghost rocks, missing ships, etc. Not all not bad, super stable. Yeah, I had my extra large hangar just stop working, and the inventory errors when trying to buy drinks and ammo. So what I've discovered is that when the hangar stops working, it's probably because the animations haven't finished loading. Because I've had that happen in 4.0.2, where like I tried to quickly smash in and try to get like retrieve my ship after I came into left the hangar and came back. And I found that breaks the hangars. It's like it gets overstimulated, so you have to kind of slow it down. And the only way to fix it is you can't like leave the hangar and come back and fix it. That doesn't work. You have to like log out and log back in. The biggest issue I see is Hathor properly see if Hathor properly resets. Yes, that's the problem. Is that the Hathor stuff hasn't been resetting. A lot of Headhunter missions and Pyro do not work for me. I mean, that's pretty standard for 4.0.2. 4.0.2 Headhunter missions were just fucking busted. My birthday's on the 6th, my brother's is on the 7th, girlfriend's on the 8th, and Angst is on the 10th. March and April birthdays. My sister's birthday is in the 4th, so. Wow, I brought the Prospector at the exact right time. A really weird bug as well. My friends were in my hangar, but the terminals in it didn't work, so I went back to the spaceport to get spawn my C2, and it appeared in front of my friends. When I tried to get back to my hangar, it just kept putting me in the different extra large hangars. Yeah, that's definitely one of the issues. Congratulations, your parents did it in the month of June. I was born in January, so. Just got it. Did I miss the roadmap review? Nope, we haven't done that yet. I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch the ISC before we go to the roadmap review.
The last four.
I'm gonna give you a few minutes. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. We haven't talked about the price of the Golem yet. It's $55, $60 for credit, and you can get the full package for $67 with LTI, which is not bad. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger. I thought it was going to be just slightly less. Then when I saw the size, when they showed it off on that Golem video, I was like, ah, that's actually going to be smaller, I guess. If it's that smaller, it's going to be a little less price. But I still thought it was going to be like $80 or $90. So CIG priced it at a pretty reasonable price. I don't think you would have seen it below $50. New story details? Yeah, it's in the 4.1 Align and Mine ISC. We know about these the B plot that's going to be going on alongside the Frontier Fighters drama. I'll get water, I get whiskey. It's a win-win. We're going to watch it together, Volus, so. Yeah, go ahead and watch it. They could talk a little bit about it. You think we'll ever have a patch that's so good it triples the player base? Yeah, the release patch. You're not going to see a huge amount of like. Let me sit you right here, dear champ. Let me talk to you a little bit about how, generally speaking, most video game communities grow and change. So this is based off of my own experience, research, because I like these sorts of things, because I'm stupid. And these are the kind of things that fascinate me. But the thing that's important to understand about how video game communities evolve is that they work very similar to how products are released. You have early adopters and it reaches a peak, and then once it reaches mass saturation, it dips down and may come right back up and sort of stabilize at somewhere in the middle. Depends a lot on the game. You know, sometimes that stabilization is like 4 people, but typically that stabilization usually happens, you know, well after an initial game's release. We are not yet at the peak of the initial onboarding of the early adopters. We have not reached saturation of players. Despite what anyone will tell you, there are still new people discovering Star Citizen who have never seen it before. There are entire demographics who have yet to even come across Star Citizen as a concept. So, until we reach that point where we reach saturation, there's going to be trickles that come in. And the reality is that Star Citizen is going to take at least a year to recover from the bullshit that's built up over time. CIG has yet to fix the mission systems. They're working on it. They're improving it, but they still need to put the new system in. We still don't have missions that we had in 3.24. We still don't have in 4.0 yet, like PvP bounty hunter missions and other like box missions and such. They're still missing from the game. We have yet to see them do another once over on ship hangars and like spawning ships and cargo elevators. We know that they were going to work on trying to get vehicles to spawn in elevators. I don't know if that's too disruptive or not, but it seems like, you know, part of the core technology. And until those 2 things are in the game or fixing, then I wouldn't expect anything else in terms of new features other than just sort of these additions like Align and Mine and the story stuff and chips. And most of this stuff isn't going to increase the player base dramatically. It will bring people back. People who said, 4.0 is far too spicy for me, I'll be back when it's a little bit stable. There'll be people who were coming in with 4.1 who waited to said, I'm not going to try 4.0, I'm going to wait till 4.1. And then there's going to be people who come back for 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4, and new people will come in at those times because they're like, I'll wait for this. But it's going to be a slow trickle upwards. And if CIG doesn't fuck it up, here's a hint. CIG almost always fucks this up. They can increase the amount of interest in their game throughout the year. So the end of the year will end up with more new players than the beginning of the year. They sometimes do that. The CIG is awful. And I mean horrible when it comes to maintaining their momentum in terms of players and gameplay. So as a result, we're not going to see a huge number of players play Star Citizen until new features are added. We see the funding for Star Citizen is actually pretty good. Let me pull up the latest funding tracker, and I'm sure it's going to get even better with this release. So, hey, welcome everyone from Citizen Spooner Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing there, Spooner? What are you up to? Did 1 million today, likely best March ever. Can you describe the process of how the Redeemer was made? I heard it was created by devs. No, actually it wasn't. I mean, I can talk to about it, Cody. You want me, if y'all told me, if Spooner told you to come in here and talk about the Redeemer, and you're going to talk about the creation of the Redeemer, I can get on my soapbox. Thank you, Spooner, for hanging out. Hopefully everything went well. Welcome. My name is Paul. Welcome to the office hours. This is a Yak Yak stream where I talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. On Thursday, it's called my office hours stream. And I'll get back to playing the game on Friday or Saturday. I might play a little bit of it next week just because 4.1 just came out. But typically I play co-op games with Logan Plays on Fridays. I call it Pub and Plays. And then on Saturday I do my Captain's Table stream, but I play a little bit of Star Citizen before that. And then Sunday I do streams with my organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts, lore. I got it. So, I play for like 3 to 4 hours with them, and then I've got my Zero to Hero account playthrough, which I do sometimes on Mondays. I alternate between that and doing lore videos, so lore live streams where I kind of live stream, talk a little bit about lore, some topic, and then take question and answers from the chat. So you came before Spooner, Lama. I'm so interested in the Redeemer. Oh, okay, Spooner just literally just rated. I see first time streamer. Okay, so I'm so interested in the Redeemer. Got it. Let's go over the Redeemer. For those of you who don't know, there was a contest called The Next Great Starship. Chris Roberts was friends with several people who were in the reality TV show, producers and stuff like that who did reality TV. So as sort of a gimmick and also as a way of trying to hire new people, he got with them to help create a show for YouTube called The Next Great Starship. And the idea was that these reality TV show people would shoot basically a reality TV show with Star Citizen fans who were getting together in groups to compete to win a cash prize. And the goal was for them to make a ship. And that ship was only revealed to them after the initial sort of application process. They had to do some things. And then once they got into the actual event, they interacted with the community and they made videos and all sorts of things. And the Next Great Starship was, like I said, it was a glorified hiring thing, because they didn't have a lot of people who were experienced with Crytek, and they needed more people who knew what they were doing around Crytek. So the goal was to get people who were talented and hungry for making content, to make video games. They were hoping to get like independent developers or students who were just interested in Star Citizen. And several teams entered. And there were 4 teams, the top 4 teams, that made it to the end. Of those top 4, 3 of them were, I know for sure, were hired by CIG. And one of them, who didn't make it to the top 4, was still, Ortwin? Not Ortwin. It's Frame is the other one. I bet Ortwin. I think it's something like that. I can't remember. Last I checked, he was the head of CIG LA's ship design team. And now CIG LA is shut down. I don't know if he still works for the design team, still works for CIG, but he was Elwin, thank you. But he was still working as of last year on it. So yeah, making the players vote was the key issue in that contest. Yeah, so the players got to vote on which ship was going to win, but it was also weighed by the actual developers. The developers also had a say. And the problem was that the Redeemer itself was very, very, very well marketed. The team who created the 4 Horsemen were much more efficient. They finished their ship a lot faster than the other teams did, and they spent a long time sort of advertising their ship to the community, making videos and showing them off with like voiceover and such. And they also were paying attention to what the community was asking for. So at the time, it was like coffee maker was a big thing. So they added a coffee maker to their ship. It was a gunship. They didn't care that it was a gunship. They said, oh, to make a coffee maker. And people wanted a dropship, so they added dropship capabilities. They had a bunch of other things that they added to it as well. That part of it was part of the pitch initially. That they had to be sort of like a hybrid gunship dropship combo. Was part of the parameters. But yeah, Team 4 Horsemen was much better at marketing their ship to the community. The actual developers had problems with that ship, and they gave it a lot of null points. They knocked it down. They didn't want it to win, but the community voted, and the community outweighed the developers, so the Redeemer won. And quickly after the hype had faded of this new ship coming in, CIG realized this shit is broken. This shit doesn't work. Because it was originally going to be put into Squadron 42 as the dropship in Squadron 42, but it was bad. It didn't work in the game because it wasn't designed to fly in the game. It was designed to look cool and win a contest. So when it actually came to put the Redeemer in the game, they had to effectively break the physics on the ship to make it able to fly in the Star Citizen universe. And in order to make it more appealing, they slapped big guns on it to try to sell more. So it's the reason why I hate the Redeemer is because it's everything I hate about modern game development. It was a ship designed literally by committee to reach mass appeal. It is the flavor of the week ship. It would be equivalent to modern day of someone producing yet another team hero shooter, or yet another survival game, or yet another battle royale game, or yet another Soulsborne clone, or yet another clone like copy of Lethal Company. You know, that's sort of like, you just go, oh, really? But it's done because it was done because people want that stuff, so that you can just do shovelware sort of thing. We'll do it and we'll meet all the demands of what people want. I'm not mad at 4 Horsemen for doing it. They won. They did what they had to do. They won the competition. They were good at their job. But it was all to appeal to the masses. And then when it actually came for implementation, CIG had no desire to actually implement or fix the thing. So they just sort of slapped it out there and said, here you go, made it way overpowered so that they could sell a lot of them, or so that they could like justify its existence. And then even the lore is fucking contradictory. Like, The lore of the ship is awful, and straight up, if you look at its plaque at any sort of like IAE or Invictus, it just says the winner of the next great starship contest of 2945, created by the fans of Star Citizen. Like, your in-lore event, which has plaques which talk about in-lore events about the ships that you have, as a meta fucking plaque for its goddamn ship. And if you go digging for it, it shows up as being older than the fucking Valkyrie, and then also at the same time, brand fucking new. The lore doesn't make any sense for it. So it's designed like shit, it's implemented like shit, it's explained like shit, and then when CIG realized that they needed to sell something new and better, they basically said, fuck you, threw it away, and built a better ship that people would actually want. Who started this? New guy came in, said, asked about it. Cody Degrees asked about it. There are three things that CIG could fix to improve this right now. There's a fourth one, but that's going to require something completely. The three things you need is, one, make the fucking engines matter. Those engines, those weird fucking looking engines, should be efficient as shit. They should be hyper efficient. They should be so fucking efficient that they're more efficient than some like of the most efficient ships out there. Well, but Paul, that makes it overpowered. Good. That would explain why its fucking engines are so goddamn weird. It would be because if someone goes, what the fuck are with the Nutcrackers? It's like, that shit's the most efficient engine you've ever in the game. And they'll go, oh, that's what's with the Nutcrackers. The Nutcrackers make it fly good. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to it doesn't have to be explained. It just has to, match. Like, its weirdness has to match why it is weird. Number two, it needs to be far more maneuverable. It should be the same maneuverability as a heavy fighter. Number three, well, I was going to say number three is probably just a complete rework. Because number three is you need to move, right now all of the components are on the top floor and you can't even replace them. You can't get components to them to replace them. So it would be to swap the component bays from top to bottom. And then take the living quarters and put it up top. But what it actually needs to do is you need to flip it, invert it. The fourth option is invert it. That was the third thing to fix it. It wasn't just the things, it was also the lore. I've actually created my own lore for it as a challenge to try to fix the damn thing. And the lore for it was, this is Mark II. This is the Redeemer Mark II. The Mark I is an older design, which was just a copy of the Prowler. It's when the UEE decided they were going to take the Prowler and try to make their own human version, so they didn't have to keep using the Prowler A's or B's that they had captured from the Tavaran Wars. So they could make it new and improved, and it was good, but it was a copy of the Prowler. And so it was still suffering from the fact that it was a Tavaran copy of an older ship, which was now outdated and needed to be updated. So they made a version 2. And the person who was behind the project was a absolute mad lad and had all of these crazy ideas of how to improve the design, which is where the experimental engines, they're called vector locks, by the way. That's the actual, their legitimate lore name is the vector lock engines. The vector locks came up with the idea of the vector locks, which makes them efficient and really good at hovering, so you could use them to stay in an area for a very long time. Problem was the guy being a sort of a, genius, I would like to make hair curlers into engines, and they work. He was also quite outspoken and kept getting himself in trouble and almost thrown in jail. So the project was severely delayed because A just kept having to pull him out and be like, stop saying bad shit about the Mezzers. This is going to get us all killed. Please stop doing that. And so when the project got delayed, it got delayed to the point where when it actually was ready to go, the Mezzers were overthrown and the prototype had to be salvaged, had to be saved. The team decided to like trek the prototype across Locke, because that's where it was being stored, during this major uprising on Locke. And their journey of saving this prototype and getting off Locke with the prototype got turned into a movie. And that movie ended up kind of reigniting interest into the Redeemer. And after the fall of Caliban, the UEE reactivated the project because they still needed a replacement for the old Redeemer. And that's where the Mark II Redeemer comes from, one we have now. It's sort of just this experimental design, which has had to be kind of backwards. Like they had to figure out how it worked. They had to go back, reverse engineer it.
But Paul, why would they do that? That sounds boring. They'd rather just make a new ship and nerf previous ships to make that ship have a use, and maybe even design an entire goddamn event around selling one ship.
Thank you for the biddies there, Iris. Because even just explaining how it exists would make it a lot better. Tried to tie it into the lore as much as I could. I thought it was fun and interesting and dynamic, and I actually did a video on it. But if CIG explained it, they didn't have to use my explanation, just explaining what the fuck it was, I think they would have significantly improved the overall feel of it. It needs to have a purpose. The last option, the nuclear option for it, is it's designed inverted. How it's designed is upside down. The top should be the bottom. Bottom should be the top. So instead of it having this sort of neck that kind of cranes out, it should have a hump. It should be a hind D with the hump. But that hump actually has, that's where like people live and all that kind of stuff for like long term. No, I know everyone hated that ship, but it's too fucking late. They have it in their goddamn game. Make it work. Tough shit. Suck it up. Welcome to video game development. It's a collaborative art. It's not a personal art piece. And they've already sold it. The big guy made a decision. He said he was going to sell it. He's going to stick to it. You fucked up. You learn from your mistakes. Try to make lemonade out of lemons. I mean, ironically, I know a lot of people get mad at Mark II versions, but I ironically think if they made the Redeemer that's available right now, the Mark I, and they redid it with an entirely different model with a Mark II and inverted it and made it a Spec Ops dropship, I think most people would be happy. Because the people who want the weird engines can keep the weird engines. And then you just have whatever engines they put on the Mark II. Hover mode wasn't bad. It just was clumsy. So basically, in lore, they could have had the Gemini twins have a looks at it and quote, "You see the problem? You built it upside down. We can fix it." Yeah, kind of. Like if you were to do a Mark II version where it was inverted, what I would do, the lore I would pitch is same thing. The first one is a copy of the Prowler. And so it has similar design aspects, the neck that the Prowler has, and the engines, which are kind of wing-like and that kind of stuff. Because even if you look at the Prowler and you look at the Redeemer, they have very similar lines to them. So with the Mark II, it was to take the design and say, instead of just copying the Prowler, let's sort of making our own version of Prowler, let's take what we learned and improve upon it. And the goal of fixing it up, it became like a joint UEE, Navy, and Tavaran project, where some Tavaran engineers who'd been working with Asperia came over to work with Aegis. So Asperia, who's also famously historical ship preservers, and Aegis worked together to create the Mark II. And the Mark II is sort of this, hailed it as this joint effort, this healing ship that is built with both Tavaran and human engineers working side by side for the good of the Empire. I want to turn it into the fucking Normandy. Famously, the Normandy is a human Taurian hybrid design. Do that. And I like the idea of the idea of the Gemini twins, effectively what the two founders of Gemini, effectively that, like a Tavaran and a human engineer looking at it and going, it's upside down. Just together going, it's upside down. Let's invert it. Okay, Jin. Hover mode wasn't bad in concept. The idea that you could have a mode you could switch to, a mode that you could switch to, that would change your flight mode to being more based off of your, maintaining hover and that kind of stuff, getting you flying more like a helicopter. That makes sense. The problem was that it would automatically switch you into that mode without any warning. And so you would immediately switch into hover mode, and your ship would suddenly flip its scheme. So you'd have to know when that happens and then manually sort of work your way into it. You had to learn how it would automatically switch. It was clumsy implementation of it. But then they just dropped it anyways because they never put it up there. Intent good, implementation bad. Yeah. Once I got the handle of how hover mode worked, I understood how it was the hat goes on the head. I understand this, but was at its core flawed. Intent was there, and I hope they still get there, but the purpose was, to give you context, chat, as of today, and I'm sure this hasn't been updated for today's sales, but and since they made 1 million, it would match it. March 2025 has made 6 million in sales. But March 2024 was 7 million. February 2024 had 5 million in sales, but February 2025 had 8 million. They're currently sitting at 21 million. If they made 1 million already today, because this updates every 24 hours, then almost certainly you're looking at 22 million minimum. And to give you context, in 2019, before they started doing Invictus, they made 47 million. So almost half in March. They're almost half of where they were in 2019 with which was their best year until Invictus started coming up. It was like it was like a 10 million more than the previous year. They're almost half of what they were one of the best years pre-COVID. Their best year pre-COVID. Do we know which of the minables are worth more? Not on top of the head, no. Iris, you're good. Don't worry about it. I understand the stuff, and if you're here to vent a little bit, that's fine. You're not hurting anybody. Stability is great for sales when you start with a broken game. Here's the thing. 2024. So 2020, which is everyone says was the best year for like new people. There's a lot of new people coming in. January of 2020, there were 19,000 people signed up for Star Citizen, signed up to the game. 2021, there was 23,000. 2022, 59,000 people. 2023, 64,000 people signed up for Star Citizen in January of 2020. 2025, 52,000 people. And in January 2025, 34,000 people. So we have a decreasing rate of about 15 to 20% every year. We had a decrease from last year to this year in terms of new citizens by 35%. So we're seeing fewer new people sign up. February 2024, 44,000 people signed up. February 2025, 26,000. However, sales are going up. Up until this point, a lot of the sales could be attributed to new players buying into the game. Right now, we're seeing a slowdown of new players signing up, but we're seeing an increase in sales, which means that likely we're seeing less people show up, but we're seeing more people purchase, so older backers are purchasing it. Have you done the new vehicle Q&A yet? I haven't. No, I haven't looked at them yet. I'll take a look at them before we get into the ISC. All right, let's take a look at the GEO. With the recent update in Alpha 4.1 separating FPS and ground vehicle minables, can the ATLS GEO mine both? Yes. Can I swap out the GEO's mining laser for other size 0 mining lasers, salvage beam or tractor beam? I just can swap out mining laser for other size 0 mining lasers, like the ones that come with the Rock and Rock DS. New one recently added to the shop, or future ones to come. Salvage or tractor beams are not compatible with the mining arm. How does the ATLS GEO's backpack work? Does it automatically generate a container for the minerals I collect, or do I need to purchase and install a separate container? The backpack container needs to be bought and replaced once full. Okay, so you need to buy it. It doesn't generate any. Do the mining laser and jump pack consume any form of fuel, such as hydrogen or batteries? Jump pack consumes thrust, which is generated internally. Once the battery element and engineering is released, the Geo and its jump packs will be powered by a battery. This will be a one-handed consumable that the player can exchange for and recharge when empty. I know a lot of people are like, but that's not realistic. It's like, whatever, man. It sucks in local hydrogen. Hydrogen is fucking common. It's the most common fucking element in the universe. It has a way of filtering in hydrogen passively, just like every ship does. Okay? And then it uses the battery to make it work. Base, whatever. Fuck it. Stop trying to make shit too expensive. Heck yeah, I've been watching your stream when you've gone live on Star Citizen. The game really is looking much better. You've earned my follow. See you around. Thank you, Zip. How high can the Atlas GEO jump and planet with 1G? A normal jump is not that high, but once the jump pack kicks in, players can reach heights of about of up to 15 meters in 1G environment. Be high. Can I control my direction mid-air in the jump pack? Player cannot control the direction while in air. They can turn their Atlas GEO in air, though. Do the jump pack thrusters also enable in space? No. And the base ATLS be equipped with the jump pack? No, the base ATLS does not support the backpack that houses the jump pack. ATLS still invulnerable? No. There's a health indicator in the cockpit that shows the current state of visuals indicating the damage that the ATLS is taking. The GEO have different stats from the base ATLS. Do just differ in mass. The GEO is slightly heavier because of the added backpack and jump. Does the ATLS GEO come with an integrated headlight? Yes. If multiple ATLS GEOs mine the same rock, does their power combine to break it faster? Yes. Why mine with an ATLS GEO instead of a rock? One of the key differences is that the GEO can comfortably deal with FPS minerables. Additionally, the ATLS GEO's size means it can reach locations that the rock can't. Why is it dark green? We wanted to differentiate the GEO from the base ATLS. Argo is well known for its bold orange color, but we felt green evokes the thoughts of nature. It's mainly a reference to the Earth's natural world and would fit nicely with the GEO's function. We could have opted for neutral or earthy brown tones, but we wanted the GEO to stand out against its environment. Can it fit in a Redeemer? Yes. Probably can.
$907 just resubscribed for 4 months. I demand Rocket Shrike.
Thank you so much there, Escape, for that 4 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very impressed. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers to check it. Shots and cheers.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 21 months. I want my Rock TS. But first I need 2 friends. Does Amazon sell friends on Prime Day?
Yes. Thank you so much for that 21 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your probably trigger on. Shots and cheers and check. Shots and cheers. Someone said FYI, the Helix size 0 on the GEO does not go into low power mode currently. I've not tested it if it's only that mining head. doesn't work, or if it's only the default one that works. I think it's probably only the default one that works, because they said specifically that the ones that you can do on the rock are because the rock is not designed to the hand minables and the vehicle minables. So it's probably the one on the rock is if you swap it out, won't be able to go to the low power. Ooh. The real question is why use the rock? Because the rock is faster. The rock is going to be able to give you the vehicle minables faster. It's also faster to move. And the keybind for low power mode is left alt +4. Okay. Is it GEO purchasable game, or will it be exclusive this patch? It'll be exclusive this patch. CIG, the fact that CIG put the original ATLS into like playable, like purchasable within a week of its release has more to do with the fact that there was an outcry by players that said, hey, you have a brand new, you're going to change the entire tractor system to make use of this new thing, and then you're going to sell the solution to the problem that you created. The problem was that nobody fucking reads in this community, so no one actually read the fact that they weren't going to do that until later. But the release of the ATLS was that sort of, we're going to go in that direction. Everyone saw that they were going to make it so that you couldn't lift 32 SCU crates with the tractor rifle, and decided to have a fucking shriek fest about it instead of reading the full context. Be like, CIG is selling the power, selling the problem, selling the solution, without any like reading comprehension. And so CIG freaked out and released it. I'm not complaining that they released it. I personally think they should release every ship for rentable at the very least, even if it's available. No one should be forced to purchase a new ship when it comes out. You should have the option to at least try it out with a rental in-game until it's available for in-game purchase. But I saw some news channels talking about that drawing outrage, and you could tell none of them actually played the game. Of course not. People just wanted to, well, there's a large community who follow this game simply because they want to see shit burn. Because, I don't know, their love life sucks. They have no ambitions in life. They are depressed and are refusing to go to therapy. I don't fucking know why people do that. But they do. And so every excuse they can get, they want to be like, so Star Citizen is failing. CIG is scamming you. Chris Roberts wants to eat your children. And it's like, there's enough shit that's going on in the world to like not jump on shit that's mostly nonsense. But man, hold on, a little close, too close to home. Men will literally do anything. Star Citizen is proof that men will do literally anything except go to. Thank you for that raid. Welcome everyone from Angry PC Tech Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Nickelback is fine. That meme is dead. All right, let's look at the Golem before we go into watch the ISC, and then we'll do the roadmap roundup. Golem. With this Essentials only build, the Drake Golem welcomes new miners to the field to expand throughout the costing the verse without costing you in the verse. Drake is for everyone. Drake is for you. Golem is a fairly unique Drake naming convention. What inspired this? We're looking at industrial workhouses aspect of the ship and thinking the names that had utilitarian workhorse vibes. As some of the narrative teams are still deep in recent RPG game, in a recent RPG playthrough, golems are a fun component to that tabletop gaming at large. But a lot of our ships in the list names starts pretty wide, usually 10 or 15, and then whittles down to what feels evocative, sounds good. Dave Haddock narrative. It's pretty cool. I think Golem makes sense. It has the Drake oomph, the chutzpah of to be as an appropriate. It feels right, Drake Golem, because there's no other real like name you could name a Drake miner. The Vulture makes sense for Drake as well. It's not within the same Drake name category. If they did a Drake refining ship, I could see it being called like the Drake Larder, or the Drake it's a good cool, like a refining ship. The Drake Bellows. The Drake Straw. I know it's Golem, not Golem. It's Golem. Ooh, the Drake Gargoyle. Festus would be a crafting ship from Crusader. It's a stretched MPUV with a mining laser. Yeah, I mean, effectively. With numerous starter ships already available, where does Drake Golem fit in the scheme of things? What prompted the decision to come up with this ship, and what now is right time? The Golem is a true starter ship in both. The Golem is a true starter in both size and scope, providing a bare essentials entry point into the mining game loop. While previous ships such as the Myst Prospector were the initial entry point, they were ships people would upgrade into to try out the gameplay rather than start their experience with. Though capable, there are limitations with the Golem in terms of upgradability to offsuit the lower priced entry point. This also proves that we're going to see the RSI salvage ship that they talked about. It's going to be this. It's going to be a starter salvage, meaning it's going to be like a $60 salvage. Maybe a little bit more expensive than the Golem, but it's a Drake ship, like starting at 55 or starting at 60 and 65, but it's the same range. Probably fit in a Astra. Yeah, almost certainly. It's the size of an Aurora. Y'all, it's an Aurora size. That's how big it is. The fact that they can fit 32 SCU into an Aurora-sized ship is pretty impressive. The Drake Heavy Fighter should be named the Drake Dirge. The Drake Brutus needs to come back, right? I will die on that hill. The Drake Brutus. Does the Astro have a hangar? It has a vehicle hangar, which can hold multiple rocks. So if it can hold multiple rocks, depending on the entryway, it should be able to hold Astro. It should be able to hold them. There should be a Drake ship called the Tartarus. Wait, the Golem is 32 SCU? The Prospector is just rolling over in its grave. The difference between the Golem and the Prospector is the Prospector has internal storage and internal beds. You can actually like get out of your seat, take your helmet off, eat something, put it back on. You can go in a plainclothes environment if you want. While that doesn't matter now, in the distant future, with it hopefully by the end of the year, it means that the golem is going to be much like you can spend less time in it than you can in the prospector.
But you can never, ever.
Yeah, you also can't change out the laser. You have to use gadgets and such. The Drake Warhammer.
RD Madeira just resubscribed for 44 months.
Thank you so much to that RD Madeira for that 44 months of support. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. There is no drinking night. Shots and cheers, shots and cheers. Ah, here it comes. It's coming in. There it goes. Both the Citizen Ninja and Captain Fishsticks are like, you know, the prospector needs to be improved. It's like the prospector needs to be finished. The bags need to be standardized on the 12 SCU. Having different size bags that are interchangeable is stupid. Yeah. I noticed that Overdrive event was just over a year ago. It seems like they aren't going to do it again this year. I don't think we're going to see any of the events that they talked about in the past this year. They're going to stick to their story-based idea. Do we ever figure out what that trunk thing in the back of the prospector is? No. Well, every new ship creates new tech debt. Not necessarily new tech debt. It's more that CIG releases ships before they're done. Because when you have the problem of releasing ships when you haven't finished the fucking parts of the game that are included in the ship, every ship is tech debt. Because every ship doesn't have engineering. It doesn't have like atmospheric controls. It doesn't have Maelstrom added. It doesn't have any of the like the scanning packages. So the new scanning stuff, like pretty much every ship has missing components from the final game. That's why when people go, oh, we're gonna get to 1.0 in release, I'm like, fuck that. They're gonna get to like 4.22, 4.30, and then that's going to be them focusing on getting everything done from 4.30 to 1.0, and it's just going to be just tackling tech debt and getting bugs down for like 6 to 9 months before they go. Ugh. My pet theory is Frontier Fighters rebranded Siege of Orison? Probably. New tech debt in terms of systems being evolved beyond what they envisioned with their ships, so naturally creates debt. That's always going to happen. Like, fucking Elite Dangerous has that problem. Online games like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, Destiny, so on and so forth, all of them have that sort of continuous problem where they're constantly chasing the tail of having to update because they have to have new updates come out. And that creates problems with old ships and old gear and old armor and old, features that they need to update to the new ones. But basically what you're saying, but I said it my way. Yeah. Hey, Waffle. Which is why I'm coming to I am at the point where once CIG has stabilized the build to the point where they're happy with it and they start adding new features, I kind of want them to just stop making fucking ships like entirely. Like I know people at this point have been like, well, I want my ship to be done, or why isn't my ship updated? And you know, up to this point, it's been like because features aren't in yet. The features that need to be in aren't in yet. But once they're working on like Maelstrom and engineering and scanning, I'm like, all right, stop fucking making ships. Just take the team you have and fix the fucking ships we have now as you're building out these features so that when you have these features ready to go, you can drop them with all of the ships you want to release. I know you don't make as much money, and that sucks, but you also won't be chasing the fucking dragon tail the entire time, trying to get all of these things updated because you're constantly going to have half of your team updating the fucking ships. Just bite the bullet, sit down for 6 months, and just churn the fuck out of this features and fix your ships for those features, and then release it. Then you won't have to worry about it. All your new ships coming out from then on will be built for what you fucking have. Hey, Star Stuff. Thank you for that video again. I haven't taken a look at it. Good to have dreams. I know. But chasing the dragon is what's so much fun. Ask anyone who's tried heroin. Yeah. Do you think CIG should stop selling whole limited capital ships? We're already at that point. I don't give a shit. Do you think there'll be too many of them in the verse? No, I mean, there probably will be, even when they're just selling them in-game for in-game cash, because more people will want them than they'll be able to effectively. I'm sure there are people in the room who are making that same argument. I'm sure as well. The problem is that I also understand that, and this, okay, before we go on to look at the Golem, this is topical with this. I personally believe there is a fundamental culture problem within CIG around ships. Because it's beyond ships, but ships is a major focus point on this. The people who work at CIG are used to being able to sort of pivot on a dime and go, I want to make something cool. Here's my idea. Let's work on cool idea. Instead of realizing that, hey, here is the scope. Here's the box that we have built. This box we have built is for the game we want to make. It's okay to look outside the box, but until this box is fully filled in, focus on the fucking box. I know it's not fun, sexy, or interesting, and you can't go off on your wild tangent about, what if we made the Avro Arrow? But in space, let's make the Goblin Snub Fighter. Space. I would like to turn the 1949 Indian motorcycle into a hover bike. Like, cool ideas. But get the shit you have now done, and then have your ice cream. Eat your beans, eat your meat, get your dinner done, and then have your ice cream. That way, when you're having your ice cream, you're like, this tastes great. Instead of being always in the back of your head, it's like, oh, fuck, I need to eat those shit like that. So I need to go back and do that. Stop, I'm hungry now. Like, brushing your teeth is time-consuming and stupid. Flossing is time-consuming and stupid. But you need to do it because otherwise your teeth fall out. Trust me. Going for a walk, working out 20 to 30 minutes a day sucks. It's not fun. Takes your time. You get sweaty. Some people enjoy it, which, is fine, but not everyone enjoys it. But you need to do it to stay healthy. Paying your bills sucks. Going to work sucks. But you got to do it. At a certain point, you got to just bite the bullet and do the stuff that sucks. You do the stuff that sucks first, then you can do more fun stuff after that. Yeah, people like the 40s Indians. How can you eat your pudding if you haven't eaten your meat? Yes, I know the joke. What you're saying is what Jared was talking about in January, that they have failed to have their dev team focus on non-sexy things that would make the game work. Yes, and I also personally believe that part of that problem is because of this idea that CIG says, well, we're unique and better because we always are not afraid of a better idea. And it's like, that's the problem. That's the fundamental issue. At a certain point, you need to lock the fuck in because you've got a game to make. You can play with ideas forever and it's fun. But at some point, people paid money. People are waiting for you to finish. Do your job. And it sucks. It sucks to say it like that too, because it's like, oh, these people aren't doing their jobs. Because I know they're doing their jobs. It's just, at some point, someone needs to put the big boy pants on and just move. Do the thing that everyone hates that publishers do, but there's a reason why publishers do it, which is like, say, you've been working on this for 12 years? Maybe it's time to wrap it up. Move on. Oh, but what about this idea? Just make a different game. Do it as an update after you release. Focus on this. We need to get these done, and then we can focus on the fun stuff later. Right? We got timelines, people. We got to get this done. Dude, the constant F-bombs make it difficult to watch. Sorry, you're awesome, but your live streams kill me. Your channel is your call, but jarring and turn off one laser. Turn off one listener. Dale, this is not a departures terminal. It's not an airport. You don't need to announce the departure of your flight. If you don't want to be here, that's fine. But making a political statement out of it is your own decision on that point.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
He's not the first person to complain about it. Won't be the last. I'm going to swear. I swear. It's the reality of the world. And if that bothers you, this is not the channel for you. I try to do my best when I do like videos on the Astro story and stuff like that, where I'm like, I try not to swear a little bit. I'll swear every so often, but swearing is part of life. Most people do it. Pretty common. We don't live in a puritanical universe. And as a man of unusual proclivities when it comes to sexual orientation, at least compared to if you're looking at the mainstream portrayal of what sexual orientation is, I'm already illegal, so I don't give a fuck. I literally put on the 18 plus thing, so yeah. Swearing in this Christian Minecraft stream? And I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky. Fun fact, I proposed to my wife with that song. For someone who hasn't done mining, yes, of course. You loved it. Are you kidding me? No, I wasn't wearing a hockey jersey. For someone who's done mining in the past, what's the main difference between the Golem and the Prospector? Prospector, you can swap out the mining heads, so you can each mining hat has a different attribute. Sometimes they can make things more stable. Sometimes they can mine faster. They all have different like bonuses you can swap out for. The golem you can't actually swap out. It's bespoke. It's stuck there. You can't swap it out. So if you wanted to change aspects of whatever you're mining, you have to use the mining gadgets to make them. Dang nabbit, come on, fellas. It would sure be swell of golly gee if y'all would stop fucking swearing. No, I didn't play Every Breath You Take. Of course not, because I know that's a creepy song. Listen, it's a song that Cam and I thought was a nice song. It wasn't our song, or yeah, but it was a nice song, and I thought it would be the perfect song to propose to her for. Later, Star Stuff. I'd love to stay and swear, but I'm afraid I have to get the fuck out of bed at 7 hours. How about Wings Beneath My Wings? No. No, our first dance after our wedding was when Cam and I danced to Digital Love. It was our first dance together for the wedding. Do I think they'll ever sell the bangle? No. Not with crafting. They'll have it crafted. Arts. Do I think a new Banu ship will release before 1.0? Probably, but it'll. I don't expect a lot of the alien ships to be released anytime soon. All right, let's take a look at this right now. With the numerous starter ships already available, it's a true starter ship, both in scope and providing bare essentials entry point to the mining gameplay loop. While previous ships, such as the Mist Prospector initial entry point, they were ships people would upgrade into and try out in gameplay rather than start their experience with. Though capable, there are limitations to the Golem in terms of upgradability to offset this lower priced entry point. From a design point of view, what are the reasons to not include an interior? Has the ship benefited from this, and if so, how? Keep the Golem firmly in the lower end of the budget spectrum. It does away with the luxuries such as walkable interior with living quarters. This also gives those who want to spend more time in a mining career a suitable upgrade path into ships that do not have interiors or aspects. Is there personal storage on board? Yes, there is a personal storage locker accessible from outside of the ship near the cab. Can you tell us about the Golem's propulsion and maneuverability? The Golem features a strong array of maneuvering thrusters with some incorporating lateral structure for VTOL's functionality. This design proves especially useful for carrying full cargo loads in atmospheric environments. While its overall maneuverability is average, the ship's enhanced strafing performance allows for precise positioning, essential trait for space mining operations. However, these advantages come at the cost of reduced top speed compared to other ships of the same size. Will we see the Golem? We see that the Golem has slightly more firepower than a Prospector. How does the Golem perform in combat situations? Alongside the same size and number of pilot-controlled guns as the Prospector, Golem benefits from a pair of Size 1 missiles. While not enough to truly be combat capable, it should be enough to deterrent to allow others to get away from attackers. How about its self-defense and escape capabilities? Classic Drake design cues mean no ejection seat. It's the pilot to judge the situation and get out ahead of it. Rastin, I've been saying that. The colors are more colorful in Star Citizen after 4.0.2. What kind of scanning capabilities does the ship have? It's equipped with a standard size 1 radar. Golem has no special scanning capabilities beyond any other ship equipped with a size 1 radar. The Golem has an integrated size 1 mining beam. How customizable is this in regards to ship heads and modules? The mining beam is bespoke to the Golem. It's not interchangeable with other mining heads. However, it does have slots for mining modules to allow users to slightly customize their behavior. How does the mining laser on the Golem compare to the Prospector? Golem's mining laser is bespoke, so unlike the Prospector or the Mole, players will not have the ability to swap out the head. However, players will be able to place 2 sub-items customizing their laser. Mining gadgets work on the Golem too. Mining laser itself is one of the most powerful ones presently in the game, because of laser power, and Drake wants to solve every problem with power. Of course, this comes at the cost of no resistance mitigation or instability counter. But to suit its role as a starter mining ship, the so-called green zone is a bit larger to allow players a bit. In direct comparison to the Prospector, the laser seems stronger but is better suited for some miners than others. Here, the Prospector is more versatile because you can switch out the mining head for other one. Fits the requirements of a specific one. Can the mining beam be swapped out for a salvage beam? No, it's integrated into the arm and not swapped. Can the mining laser be used as a weapon? While not recommended, it does cause damage to targets when fired. The Golem has 2 16 STU dispatchable storage pods. Will these lock to a cargo grid? Golem storage pods are built to the same metrics as the regular SCU containers, so it will stack appropriately on all cargo. The Golem storage pods interchangeable with the Prospector small pods. The Golem storage pods are bespoke and are not interchangeable with those with the Prospector. You attach your storage pods for a speed boost in case of emergency. The Golem does not have a feature of quick detachment capabilities, though it can be removed via tractor beams when the ports are unlocked, unlike like any other ship item. They have a mass, and when removed, do influence the flight characteristics of storage pods can currently only store mined materials and ore. Are there any plans to make them compatible with cargo? No, there are no plans to make them to be able to store anything but mined ore. Can players vent out unwanted ore to free up storage and focus on collecting specific resources? No, unwanted ore is stored in the containers, so mine wisely. There's no easy way to remove it. Are there any other starter industrial ships like the Golem planned? Yes, as recently shown in Star Citizen Live, we're looking to introduce other starters such as an RSI salvage ship. Sure. RSI salvage ship's there. A lot of salt about the tier 0 item recovery in-game chat. In 4.1, I'm so glad the PvP crowd has something to cry about. I can't wait for the reputation system to come and really put them in their place. Man, you are so fucking vindictive against anybody who likes PvP. That is Bob. What is it? Bob behavior? Like say? I am not somebody who is like, I'm going to go out and do PvP all the time. But I'm definitely not somebody who shirks away from it. Jesus fuck. It's okay to be like, hey, I would like my gameplay loop to not be as shitty, please. That's one way of saying it. To just like revel in somebody else's pain is some fucked up shit. Like, I agree with let's say Vertigo, but probably Vertigo agrees with this too, but with Zero State. I was on the Launch Sequence podcast with Zero State and Space Tomato, and Zero State said, fix PvP missions, fix PvP bounties. I was like, fuck yes, fix PvP bounties. Holy shit, fix PvP bounties. Because PvP bounties will just PvP bounty hunters will just show up at the Alliance mine stations and be like, I'm here for your bounties. I know you're going to be here because this is where you go to fight. So I'm here to take you in. That's exactly what CIG needs to do, because it would create the kind of behavior that people have been wanting, which is, oh, here to SEAL Club and do things so I can kind of get my jimmies off. Oh no, what is that? It is a professional bounty hunter whose sole job is to seek out bad people like me and kill them. Come on. PvP crowd hasn't done a lot to integrate themselves with the bobs. You can call them bobs, sort of illustrates the point. I get it. It's at least better. But it's also sort of like there's always going to be this antagonistic behavior between the pure PvPers and pure like industrial players. While I think the industrial players outnumber the pure PvP players, I don't think it's by a lot. We're a community of a lot of minorities. No one like group outnumbers another in terms of gameplay. I think the most anticipated gameplay loop is still exploration. But that was like 40% of the community. Murder Hobos would make a great band name. It would be. Getting a good handle on the hobo problem will be a long way off. Calm a lot of people down. That's still a ways off. I think fixing PvP boundaries is a long way to getting to that. Because there are plenty of people who just want a SEAL Club, and it's all fun and games until the fucking PvP bounty hunters show up. Because that's a gameplay loop that people want. People want to be the Mandalorian. And they don't want to just hunt bounties, NPC bounties. They want to hunt the greatest sport of all. Man. Most dangerous animal of all. Man. I've been stuck in the same server error for the last 45 minutes. Send help. Oh, you can't log out either, because if you log out, it'll shard lock you on it. Fuck. Hippos? No, man. That's why I'm toying with renaming my in-game name to Nimrod. Equals Great Hunter of Man. Yeah. It's good to distinguish PvP players from murder hobos. Yeah, bounty hunters want to fight the murder hobo. They, like, if SEAL Clubbers seek to just pee in people's Cheerios, PvP bounty hunters want to lick the tears of the bullies. In my opinion, there needs to be a council bounty hunter equivalent that pits criminal PvP players against lawful PvP players. There doesn't be a council version of lawful PvP. They're called the Bounty Hunters Guild. It exists. Bounty Hunters Guild is a thing. SEAL Clubbers are cowards when they're at any sign of resistance or like 0.1 change, they die. I agree with that. Someone told me at one point, it's like, oh no, I made that comment and someone said, Paul is wrong. I know plenty of PvP players who are really good, the best PvP players I've ever seen, and they routinely just go out and fuck with people because in SEAL Club because they're bored, because they want to see people cry. I'm like, doubt. Press X to doubt. I doubt. Absolutely no. My dad works for Nintendo, guys. Trust me. Every person I know who is deep in the PvP rabbit hole, even the completely unlawful PvP rabbit holes, they're not there to just like make you have a bad day. They're there to create player interaction. They want to rob you and steal your stuff. Like they don't want to like bully you. They're not going to hunt you down constantly and kill you. They're just there to take your shit and leave. They're not going to constantly target you only. That's just the circles you travel in. There are plenty of people who treating it like Tarkov, seal clubbing, and beer drinking. A problem you can't see is still a problem. I would agree with that if I personally had experienced that at all, or seen it widely experienced. I still see a very few people actually experience this consistent harassment. This idea that they consistently harass, because typically, when those sorts of people get confronted with any sort of numbers, they fold like a fucking house of cards. I still remember beating a fucking F8, a meta F8, a meta built out F8 in a stock Harbinger. I am not a PvP god, but it's clear neither was that fucking F8. That pilot was bad. They got rolled. They got rolled harder than fucking... I don't even know what a good analogy for that is. Yeah, that's a good point, Cody. Tarkov isn't all about just murdering things. An objective focus, you get in, get out sort of thing. Rolled harder than Rick? Yeah. And it was and I bet it was fucking fun as hell. Yeah, it was. I was streaming it. It was even more fun when I eventually pulled out because his friend showed up in a meta arrow. And I went back to a station, swapped out for an F7A, stock F7A, and then hunted the arrow down. And then they kept showing up to try to fight. And when they showed up like the second or third time they showed up to fight, our Polaris jumped in. And they were like, this is the wrong fight, and left. Like, rolled harder than Snoop Dogg's than a Snoop Dogg doobie. Yeah. Rolled harder than a Cuban cigar. I like these ones. Rolled harder than Rick. I don't doubt that it doesn't happen, Upan. There's a difference between it happening and it being a serious problem that infests the entire community and is a serious issue that CIG needs to deal with right now. Because the way it's talked about, you would think, by some people, you'd think that every single time they log in, there's a murder hobo who's just specifically camping the jump point to fuck over new pit players. I have actually literally never been jumped out of the jump point at any point. High, low population, doesn't matter. So I'm always confused where this comes from. Watch content creators and other people play the game, and I rarely see that happen at all. Women in the game have a very different experience. That is true. But that is not a unique to Star Citizen problem. See a lot of them around Bloom hunting cargo pilots. There's a lot of people who want to just go cause chaos around Shepherd's Rest, I want to say. There's a specific landing zone that everyone goes to go fight. That's kind of like, it becomes its own sort of mini jump town because that's where people go because that's where their high concentrations are. But it's not just, oh, I'm here to kill anybody who comes in. It's also people who are there to say, I'm going to kill those people when they come in. I've been killed by CIG more than anything else in the game. It's like PvP around the places that sold gold before 4.0. Yeah, there's going to be places that there are always going to be hot spots for conflict just because that's where people will be. Right? A line in mine is going to be that situation. And there's definitely things that CIG needs to do to mitigate those issues, those like hot spots, or to manage those hot spots better. But that's not the same thing as like roving bands of cannibals eating your face everywhere you go. Kind of scummy that this patch bundle is Warbond only CIG. Which one? You mean the starter pack? I don't know many starter packs that are Warbond or that aren't Warbond. No, the downburst? What's the downburst? Oh, that little the Corsair pack. I see why it is. Most of those. Oh, it's just a skin pack, right? It comes with the skin. It comes with an energy assault rifle, and then the Banu armor set. That makes sense. You can also earn all of those in game, I believe. I don't think they're unique, except for maybe the downburst. Speaking of which, can we get more ship skins in the game? Right? I still think that the Idris is releasing this year. I think CIG does an announcement of when Squadron 42 releases and goes, here you go. With Tier 0 armor recovery, I bet ship sales armor sales will increase. Maybe. I mean, that was one of the big reasons why people said, hey, CIG, this is kind of scummy because he doesn't come back. But I also think that anybody who purchases armor for the sake of a benefit is probably already kind of not doing the right thing. Because like most of the armor packs you can get are not unique. They have maybe a kind of a skin difference. But you're not like buying power really. There's a lot of that stuff you could purchase in game. Yeah, and every MMO monetizes cosmetics. There was always going to be a stage, and I personally, unpopular opinion, but I'd rather CIG sell cosmetics and ship skins than sell ships. I'm just tired of the store being the game. I think that is an unfair assessment as of 4.0's release. Especially with 4.1. Because all of that stuff that we just saw, all that stuff in that package, all but I think the Corsair skin itself is earnable in-game with in-game rewards. I agree with you, Scape. And I think a lot of people are dooming that the CIG is doing the tier 0 item recovery specifically so that they can keep selling armor and ship skins, so that they, instead of making customizable skins. I think that's a little too much doomerism, especially after CIG presented at CitizenCon that effectively they want to do customizable stuff for like orgs and such, especially with the crafting system. I still want to believe at least that CIG will at some point pivot away from just ship skins and making ship skins be palettes and or patterns, and then have colors that they can customize with. And I don't think that's unpopular outside of this Star Citizen Echo Chamber. The only thing you can't buy is Wiccolo's friendship. Yes, you can. You just need to have, you just can't pay USD for it. He requires minerals. He requires more minerals. Warframe, MechWarrior Online, they do it the right way, personally, I think. I don't remember STOs, but possibly. Minerals obtained through big group PvP. Well, technically it's PvE, but it's PvP. It requires additional pylons. All right, I'm going to pitch this idea, chat. CIG is not going to do this, but I'm going to pitch this idea. What they need to do is they need the frontier fighters to get a hold of a javelin. And players have to find the javelin, track it through where it's going, interdict it, and destroy it before it reaches certain points. I was watching another streamer who's mining new materials out in MT. How is it, Chris? It allows for some FPS because you can still board it, but it looked easy. No, capture and return to the UAE Navy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that would be its main. The main objective is to capture it, but you can also destroy it for less money. Were they mining, Iris? Were they mining vehicle or hand minables? Oh, is it Meg? Okay. I kept saying I was going to go to like get some water like 2 hours, like an hour ago. Let's watch this online in mine, then I'll go get some water. Stash. Look at that porn stash. Woo!
4 months have been unlike any in Star Citizen's history, with each one bringing a new patch full of dynamic content, needed bug fixes, and long-awaited quality of life improvements. From December's 4.0, which finally brought our second star system to life, to picking a side in the ongoing fight for Pyro in January's 401, then building up the war chest for the continuing battle against the Frontier Fighters in February's 402 Supplier Die event, it's been one non-stop adventure in Pyro. But all of that changes when the story shifts back to this game.
Leave Jared's Omni-Man cosplay alone. He is Omni-Man, isn't he?
System in Alpha 4.1, with the introduction of new threats, new friends, and new opportunities for action, adventure, and acquisition.
At 4.1, we're actually going to be introducing what we've been calling internally as sort of our B story. In a nutshell, the regen technology, which to this point has basically been allowing people to die and get regen back the technology begins to fail.
And that's being referred to as the regen crisis.
So it's throwing the Empire into a bit of chaos and confusion because this technology that everybody thought was basically going to conquer death is not as effective as promised.
Now for the player, nothing changes. You can just go about your business and it's business as usual. But for the populace, it's an issue.
So at this point, the Imperator is basically going to start lobbying the Senate to start loosening scientific restrictions on research. One company, Rayari.
You have to, you've said enough. You've said enough, Dave. We're going to loosen scientific research. One company, Rayari. Oh, this is a bad idea. This is an awful idea. Nothing good can happen out of this. Do you want a new mutated strain of some evil, like, zombies or some sort of massive... Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. How y'all doing? You've come for the story. Get it. Get it. Lol, someone say new internal threat? Yeah. That starts the zombies would kind of slap, though. If they could fix their AI stuff, yeah. I'm going to rewind this. We're watching the ISC, but this is, for the story. Talk a little bit about it.
New friends and new opportunities for action, adventure, and acquisition.
They confirmed this isn't Death of a Spaceman, though? Of course not, yeah. When people said this was going to happen, I was like, maybe, but I was skeptical of that idea because we're just still a little far away because CIG is probably a year away from it.
At 4.1, we're actually going to be introducing what we've been calling internally as sort of our B story. In a nutshell, the regen technology, which to this point has basically been allowing people to die and get regen back, the technology begins to fail.
And that's being referred to as the regen crisis.
So it's throwing the Empire into a bit of chaos and confusion because this technology that everybody thought was basically going to conquer death is not as effective as promised.
Now for the player, nothing changes. You can just go about your business and it's business as usual. But for the populace, it's an issue.
Someone said, oh, is this supposed to be Crusader? Because that better be Orison. This looks like Crusader. This doesn't look like Microtech. This looks like Crusader.
So at this point, the Imperator is basically going to start lobbying the Senate to start loosening scientific restrictions on research. One company, Rayari, has put the call out to the population to try to find these sort of very rare minerals to basically bring to their outpost to help fuel their research to help resolve the crisis.
That's going to end poorly. This is the Mechanicus fucking with shit they don't understand. This is the UNSC fucking with Forerunner tech. This is going to end horribly for everybody. I love it. This is Cole going like, what does this button do? Hey, it went great for the UNSC.
And the way you get those brand new materials is the Align and Mine sandbox activity. So Align and Mine starts with these new facilities that are placed across two planets, Daymar and Aberdeen. These are Hathor-owned locations.
Hathor is sort of an older company. Basically, they were kind of a mining consortium But as the years were going on, they were doing worse and worse and worse. And so the idea was that Stanton was relatively recently discovered, and the facilities that Hathor built here were basically their last gasp.
The purpose of these facilities was so Hathor could communicate and align with the...
Regen was built from with Ibrahim spheres from the Bandul, right? Yes. In fact, I'm almost done with the Banu thing. I'll probably release it on this weekend. But once I get the Banu video done, I'm gonna have to do another fucking regen video. Oh no, another video. But I'm gonna talk about like what regen is, its history, how it comes from, and like what this crisis is once we understand a little bit more about what's going on and who Rayari is and all that kind of stuff.
Orbital platform above them.
They went all in on building these facilities in the hopes that it would yield enough minables and minerals that it would keep the company alive. Sadly, they were sort of mistaken and the company folded.
Now that there's a renewed interest in the minerals that they used to mine there, people are going there and trying to get the facilities up and running again.
At each of these Hathor locations, there's an alignment dish. And the players have to go around and try to find out how to align the dish towards the satellite.
So while these mining facilities have been abandoned, they are by no means vacant.
While you're at the PAFs, you will be contending with Ninetails. Ninetails are just kind of the scavengers, the bad guys. They go everywhere, they just want loot, they want to get rich.
They're just here to basically strip and clean what's left of these defunct stations.
Maybe set up a camp or two and hold it as a sort of strategical point.
It's essential that the...
Yes, because the guy wearing a fucking overhead mask is totally surviving the fucking environment of Daymar. Protected.
Players search the area as much as I can. I can't stress that enough.
We're a company dedicated to immersion. They fucked that up a lot.
Once you've managed to find all three facilities and align them with the orbital platform, you need to collect the power banks that they've left behind on the surface.
Now with the PAFs all activated, it's time to get in your ship and head up to the orbital laser platform. Be careful because there might be some certain Ninetail lieutenants kind of roaming around.
It'll be pretty tough to get in there and to get it going.
The power banks that you would have obtained at the platform alignment facilities need to be inserted into their slots at the orbital laser platform. Players can head inside, fighting through, again, more Ninetails while they try to get to this terminal in the middle. That will charge the laser, and players should see a really cool effect in their environment to signify that this laser is ready to be fired.
So once you've armed the laser and it begins its sort of initiation sequence, you then have to go back down to the surface. Near where the impact is going to be, you'll be able to see this because it will be a crater. There will be a bunker nearby. This bunker is where you will do the final stage, which is firing the laser.
Why are you making people go back down?
For the age of the facilities, even the OLPs, they're not tore up enough, in my opinion. They're only about 100 years old, and they're on planets or moons that are very inhospitable to life. So it's kind of like anything you put on, like the stuff that's on the moon from the moon landings, which is almost years ago. That was 69, 70, so 70s. So that's 60 years ago. That stuff's still there. It's probably almost exactly the same as it was before. Maybe a little things broken here. It's probably almost the same as what it was landed in the 1970s, because space has that preserving factor. Even places on Mars and stuff like that. Similar thing.
Down to the surface.
Well, I mean, down on the surface is where the loot is. Like, that's where the treasure is. That's where you're gonna actually get the resources that you came to mine.
Keycard accepted.
It's so much better when you're down on the ground, you hit the button, you see this laser just pull, and there's all this shit going everywhere, and you're like, oh my God. It's an impactful moment. And there's that emotion of awe we want to inspire. And when we was testing it, the emotion is better captured when you're boots on the ground.
Effect. Very great effect.
This sounds really chaotic.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on the worms yet.
There's a reason why Hathor abandoned these facilities. There's some local fauna that's not too happy when the ground gets disturbed.
So make sure you're prepared.
So we've been working on the Valacar for a while now, and we're really excited to finish off that boss fight and bring it to everybody as soon as possible. But in the process of developing it, we've also got some smaller Valacar.
Valacar are a tremendously invasive species. Basically, once they kind of get into an area, they kind of propagate rather quickly and can become a very dangerous presence.
Fighting a juvenile is fairly similar to the adults on a much smaller scale.
Because they come up from the ground submerged, they can surprise the player in the way that they...
Surprise, they're only showing up here. Every single footage I've shown, if you've seen, it's right around the alignment station. So you know it's going to show up at the alignment station.
Come up behind them or can attack them from areas where they don't expect.
It's the only place they ever
will
spawn.
also fight the other Ninetales at the location if you've managed to find a way to let them be in each other's presence.
So it's going to be you against other players, against other Ninetales, against other worms?
Yeah, real Mexican standoff. So when the lasers finish firing, it will have mined into the surface of this planet, which will reveal a cave network.
Inside this cave are 3 new mineable types. It's a fight for whoever can get the goods out of that cave as fast as possible and as safely as possible. We are in Stanton, so if you're gonna fight some other players, beware of crime stats.
Then you get to choose, do you want some interesting random loot from the collector, or do you want to just get credits?
Let's help the human race. Let's help the human race.
Yeah. Help the human race and make some bank.
While this is happening, Stanton System actually has an exciting new resident. We've introduced our first Banu. His name is Wiccolo.
Wiccolo!
Wiccolo is also offering a counter mission to the minerals that Rayari is looking for. So if you don't want to sell them off to Rayari to help with the regen crisis, Wiccolo is offering some sweet, tasty items in exchange for the same materials.
Here you go. Bring chip in.
Wiccolo recently retired, Banu equivalent of retirement, from a fabrication facility in the Banu Protectorate. He loves people, he loves humans, so he decided to move to human space and set up sort of a fabrication shop / trading site location for players to go visit, and basically he can kind of make you some cool stuff if you bring him what he needs. One of the things with the Banu was they always try to be the least threatening thing in the room. I always equate them to sort of the golden retriever of our aliens. So they're everybody's friend until they're not.
Wiccolo's Emporium, there are 3 of them in different areas of Stanton. You'll be able to find these on your star map. This is where Wiccolo...
I love the knockoff. This is the knockoff.
In different areas of Stanton. You'll be able to find these on your star...
Look at that knockoff. It's clearly a knockoff of the... of the Finley
map. This is where Wiccolo is set up shop. The unique thing about Wiccolo is he'll never pay you any money because he's got a load of shit in his warehouse that he'd rather give you instead.
The collector.
Happy Pets. Had friend who lived in Pyro, strange human, kept Big Copia as pets. Called them Simbi, George, and Chewy. They look very angry, but were cute. Gave me old collars didn't need.
Store offers everything from armor pieces to skins to weapons.
Really pretty, yes. Solid build, but also fun to make.
And other cool little surprises.
Even spaceships?
Even spaceships. Big ones. I'm incredibly excited. It is quite a defining moment for a space game.
Even spaceships.
Even spaceships, big ones.
Received in exchange for Empire credits while traveling through what humans call Sol. Old city on Earth seemed cold.
I'm incredibly excited. It is quite a defining moment for a space game to finally get an alien. And the best thing about Wiccolo is, as we keep moving and building out this universe, his presence will... Wiccolo is, as we keep moving and building out this...
Divested from old Esosuli. Esosuli gave me on divestment. Personal objects they obtained in travel. Very old. Mean a lot to Wiccolo. Divestment is when you retire. Basically, when you leave Asuli, you've completely paid off all your debt. It's a very tearful moment because you've been living with these people for a long time. So, like, it's sort of like graduation, you know. So it's like when you leave a company after you've been working there for like 30 years. People are like, "Oh, fuck, Wiccolo's leaving. Hey, let's throw a party. Let's have him goodbye." You know.
Universe, his presence will stay. You will keep needing to interact with him. He'll keep needing random...
I want that. I fucking want that bit.
...things from you, so you better make good friends with him.
Oh, Boss Man Wick is my best friend.
4.1, we're finally able to deliver some content that we've been working on for a while.
I think that the experience of the whole thing is really cool, and I think that it's a really big step forward for us on the mission design team, making content for the future, that we are able to create events that use mission logic but don't require missions.
It's fun to be able to kind of like explore a little bit and not just have everything kind of spoon-fed to you. And it also mixes a little bit of everything, right? We have the FPS and we have a little bit of ship combat up by the orbital platform, and of course even creature fighting. So it's got a nice spectrum of things that you can do.
I like the fact that we're building more of the story out of what this world is, how the universe is created, how these companies have operated in it, and giving you more fun sandbox things to do that require you to be the explorer that you want to be in a space game.
I like Elliot. I should give Elliot shit sometimes, but I completely agree with Elliot on that one. Hello, Toothless. Can I offer you a dental plan? Sure, if you want to. I already have one, and I'm going to get a new one here shortly. Fun fact: this is the reason why I wasn't able to go to CitizenCon, because it broke at the worst possible time. So I had to basically I had to spend all of my cash in all of my vacation days so that I could fix my tooth, which I was going to use to go to CitizenCon last year.
And with 4 patches in as many months, the introduction of a new ongoing persistent sandbox with Align in mind, the arrival of our persistent universe's first non-human character, a new system for acquiring rewards, brand new mining vehicles, and the beginning of a second ongoing narrative that's threatening the lives of NPCs everywhere. And no, I've seen the post. It's not Death of a Spaceman, not yet, or not soon. We're playing a really long game here. It's an exciting time for Star Citizen, and one that we're all super excited to share with you. So for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. As always, thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll be right back here in just a few weeks with even more looks at the future of our persistent universe.
It's not as simple as a single time escape. It's like they had to take it out, then they had to prepare it, and then I had to wait 6 months for them to put this current cap in, and then I got to go back in on Monday, and they're gonna add some more things to it, and then a month later they're gonna actually add the tooth back. So. T. Bannister. Yes. Hello? Do you like sandworms? Of course. That's the April Fool's joke. Now about the combat mech. I think it's just fun set dressing. A lot of the other stuff they did. Why didn't they release a 2-seater mining ATLS? That's a good question. I think the armed ATLS is a Wiccolo knockoff. Well, all of them have plaques now. So if we go to the, if it's still in the Wiccolo's Emporium, we might be able to go to see the plaque and see what it says. Dang it, I was hoping for you to have a Mac before the end of April. Mac? What do you mean a Mac? Why am I in a suit, sir? It's your first time here. Welcome to the AstroPub. We are almost always keeping it classy here. I always wear a suit. I always wear a vest and tie. This is the thing I wear when I stream. Welcome. You're going to eat my lost tooth? If you find it, let me know. I don't know where the fuck it went. Paul, in Wiccolo's is the April Fool's joke, or is it really a Mac? Oh, a mech. You mean a mech. I don't know if it's an April Fool's joke. I thought it might be, but then the designers have come out and said it's not usable, basically. It's just sort of a stand-in model. Shirt, tie, no pants. Who wears pants? This Paul keeps it fucking classy in this bar, exactly. Wasn't there some lore about the ATLS being cobbled into combat suits? Yes. So, not really cobbled. And I think it even says it on the design on the store page, which, you know, store page stuff is questionable lore. Sometimes it is because it's got like a bunch of stuff attached to it, but just it's just sort of like a sales pitch. If I pull up the page, let me pull up the page. So on the page, it says, built upon the tried and tested ATLS power suit, the GEO's industrial augmentations provide everything you need to streamline your excavation efforts. Enhanced maneuverability to bespoke mining tool, Argo's dynamic new addition helps you work smoother, not harder. I saw something where it's like, Zerkro 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. How y'all doing? Both. I didn't ask this to Loken earlier, but I'll ask Loken and I'll ask Becky. How was 4.1? You lost your tooth in a sandworm. You're going to have to suck it out. Wow. Usually people are a little bit more creative when they come in to troll me. Maybe a crafting thing. We got to jerry rig our own combat mech and see CIG doing that way. I could see that. My hope is that thing that we see in Wiccolo's shop, the mech that is the combat mech, I'm hoping that is something that CIG might use as sort of a raider boss fight. Something that, like, you know, you might have to deal with as sort of the end of a chain where you go into like an arena and have to fight them in order to like kill a leader, or as sort of like an upscaled enemy on ground fights. 4.1's pretty good. It's not terrible. So 2.0 combat ATLS boss. Yeah, not like a full like military grade or like normal combat. Sort of like a technical version of an ATLS. Shinobi.
Shinobi trip _ just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 10 subs there, Shinobi. You're very important, pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Any good bastard. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, yo. Shots and cheers. Got to use the ATLS GEO. I think it's better than the Rock. I think it's less efficient than the Rock, but it has its advantages because it's, you know, not like more maneuverable, I guess. Am I going to cheat on Star Citizen? Yes, all the time. Like ESP. Who's ESP? No, you cannot buy the new mining mech in-game yet. You can only purchase it in the store. It's not a wheeled tracked vehicle, so it's slightly better right now. The wheeled vehicles are kind of sucky, yeah. The main advantage that the Geo has over the Rock is that you can both do vehicle and mining, or both vehicle and mining tools, and the Rock can only do vehicle. Oh, you're talking about cheat in Star Citizen? No, actually, that's not what I meant. Get better at trolling, y'all. The thing is, the next Siege of Orison's final boss is the one in Wiccolo's. I hope so. That's what I was gonna say. Is like I really hope that they do a Siege of Orison style mission where like the last battle is a fucking ATLS mech you have to fight. Well, so Star Citizen just releases a patch, so it brings a lot of new attention to people. A lot of people come in looking to fuck with Star Citizen players. And since I'm a well-known white knight for Star Citizen, people like to come in and like, I'm gonna get his jimmies rustled by making fun of Star Citizen. Not realizing I'm either gonna ban you or make fun of you or both. Dark Bite Services. Not a clue what that is, L. There's like twin S2s. There's twin size ones. They're like big for size ones, it's just because of the mount they're on. Oh, have you seen the mech in Wiccolo's Emporium? It's got guns on it. It looks like it could actually function. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Scuba. We will ban you and fun you. With the F, man. My mistake, just got back in. What's in my background? Bloom. So if Sierra hates mechs, how did they show up in Star Citizen? Because they don't call them mechs internally. They've always referred to them as more like max suits or power armor. And Chris loves power armor. The thing is that the developers also call them mechs. And while people go, well, technically, it's not a mech. Because a mech requires it to be this specific thing. in manga in 1972, they defined a mecha as having this specific characteristic, which the ATLS doesn't have. Yeah, like fuck off. All right, I am a structural radical. Anything that is mechanical ability is and is walking on two legs and is powered and mechanical. It is a mech. Fuck me. Fucking fight me. Those are like things from Exo Squad. Exosuits are mechs. Don't argue the Mech Warrior stands, Paul. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Are Gundams mechs? Yes. So are Elementals in Mech Warrior. I don't care what they call them. They're mechs. They're just very tiny mechs. Did the wind on Bloom blow off my hair? Yes, exactly. Is that where you lost all your ability to be funny, Elle, as well? Did you learn how to troll from Banu? Do you certainly have that skill? Wit is dry as Daymar. Yeah. So Virgil designs the more armor you put on. I'm trying to envision this because we know. Oh, we actually know what it looks like, Scuba. Hold on, you don't even have to envision. I got you. Paul Shelley, I'll die on this hill and you can fight me or fuck me about it. Yep. Either way, I'm gonna win. Ta-da! The Virgil Zeus system. It doesn't even have to have a squishy life form for it. A mech is simply a mechanized walker. If it is powered by mechanics, it powers and has mechanical ability. It is mechanical. It is a walker style. It doesn't have to be two legs. It can be 3 or 4 or 6 or 10 walking. It is a mech. Y'all are really coming in here? Chat, point and laugh at these people. Point and laugh. This maidenless behavior coming on and trying to get a rise out of me. Point and laugh. Shame these people. I am a teacher for a living. I have experienced better trolling from 16-year-olds than this. Like, is English your first language? Do you even speak English? Because this feels like you don't. Do I have to acknowledge them? No, I don't have to. Like, Jesus, fuck. It's also here. They decided to come here because I banned one of them for being a bad troll. You're going in the timeout box. You can come back when you're better at this. Get better, please. For the sake of everyone, learn to be a better troll. This shit is juvenile. It's amateur. Like, come on, man. Oh. Hey, Newt. And like I said, it's maidenless behavior. It is absolutely maidenless behavior. Back in my day, people knew how to troll and did it while walking barefoot through the 6 feet of snow. God, I don't want to be that old guy, but like... So let me teach the lesson for the children in the audience who are coming on trying to troll. All right, so... Teacher's going to teach you. The first step of being an effective troll is to learn how the chat works. Understand who your audience is, understand who your target is. Once you've understood who your target is, you have to find ways that specifically will target them at their most vulnerable times. So find out when they're frustrated, when they're passionate, and like lean into that passion or like be sympathetic. And when their guard is down, then you strike. You hit them with something hard. You hit them with something that'll make them, that specifically will irritate them in a way that will cause them to react negatively to you. But not in a way that is just, you fat, your teeth bad, you're losing your hair, Like, this is some like juvenile shit. You gotta hit them in their psychological damage. You gotta give them psychic damage. You know? Like something that makes them feel like they've been seen in a weird, like a very serious way. They make them question reality. Make the chat that you're talking in laugh at them. Laugh at the streamer or at the target. Like, that is effective trolling. That takes time, it takes effort, it takes patience. This sort of like come in and scream obscenities at people is like, it's child shit. Exactly. It's lazy. So they were on YouTube and then they went to Twitch because I banned them on YouTube for being bad trolls, and they tried to continue to do it on Twitch. Like, yes, but you gave them the attention they crave, so there's no winning. Did I, though? And if I did, man, that's some pathetic call for help. You can't get enough attention in your own life that you have to go to somebody else, a stranger on the internet, to try to get any reaction from them? What does that say about you if that's your response? Holy fuck. Sorry your parents never loved you. Sorry you can't find any love in your life, that people don't find you attractive or interesting or funny. That's just sad. Likes being socially cucked. I mean, I'm not gonna kink shame anybody for that. Like, you do you, babe. Damn. Oh no! Did someone actually? I don't care. What are you up to? I'm just talking about this because like it happens every so often, and people come on and do it, and it's like, you're balding, Paul. Like, I know. I'm gonna probably stay mostly like this for the rest of my life. You're missing a tooth. I know. It was kind of weird. Your teeth are yellow. My face is kind of yellow. It's how the camera works, dudes. Hate me more, Lord Daddy. Listen, you try teaching your hair within too. I'm 38. my white hair. There's a reason for that. lost a tooth from fighting for ever going down on your mother. Yeah. You have more hair than I do. I know. It's a native skill set for me. I troll you about the Deemer, but no one cared. Listen, you try teaching teenagers. Yeah. See what fist fighting in Siege costs you? Yeah. Give a few years and we'll have an RL Deckard Cain. People saying that. I don't know. I know it's stay a while and listen. I guess it does chuff me a little bit that people come in and try that. Like, oh, I remember when that worked. Oh, good times. I remember when that was an effective use of my time, trying to call people names. Early 2000s was a different time, man. Married men don't need their plumage anymore. Well, yeah, that's the thing. My wife likes it. Why I have the hair I have is because my wife's like, I like that. I'm like, okay. I've tried shaving the beard before, and my wife was like, I don't like that. So it's like, cool, I have a beard now. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I expect effort, you know? I feel insulted. Like, really? This is the best you got?
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Yeah, exactly. I came up during the early 2000s Xbox Live. You can't fucking troll me. You merely adopted slurs. I was born into it, raised by it. I didn't hear a nice word about a racial minority until I was a man.
Wayne just resubscribed for 78 months. Here you go, bud.
Thank you for that 78 months of support there, Jay Calvin. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're not drinking that. Trust and cheers and chat. Trust and cheers. The biggest problem about my hair is that I'm thinning back here, but like back here, fucking luscious fucking mane back here. Fucking shitty mullet that I always have to cut back here. Wow, Baron's chat, enough said. Yeah. The pre-internet era assholes got away with a lot, yeah. It's wild because you're such a highly revered person in the Star Citizen community. That's fucking confusing to me. I don't know why people like me. Like, it makes more sense when I see people say, fuck you, Paul, you're an asshole. I thought you were cool, and now you're an asshole. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That's me. That's who I am. People are like, no, Paul, like, I love your work. Like, why? Yet here we are. Thanks for the entertainment. Gonna go try the new PO stuff. Enjoy it, Mayhem. Rock a ponytail? No, my hair doesn't get into a ponytail. Time to go full bald top, massive mullet. I've shaved my head before. During COVID, I had Cam shave my head entirely bald. Some of you may remember that. I got a bald head. I got a head for bald. I could do that. That's just too much of a work, though. You cuss too much. Sorry, your virgin ears there, Scape. I mean, this is my first time listening, and I'll definitely be back. Well, thank you for coming. Come and take it. Sadly, I'm not proud of my high school years, but I was terrible. Bad, yes. You wear your watch in your left or right hand. So because this is inverted, this is my left hand. I wear it on my, left hand, because I just, that. So, but it might look like my right. I don't know where it looks like. Come and take it. A fellow Texan, I hear. Oh. Fuck. Whenever I pull this out, someone says, this is the most un-Texan... Oh, fuck, ass shit. There we go. They say this is the most un-Texan thing, which is why I wear it even further. I bought it my first... I've been in Texas for a decade now. I've been in Texas for a decade now. And I bought this when I first got here because I thought it was funny. That just reeks of patriotism. Exactly. Oh, hey, the rep for Castack Arms here. Yeah. Paul joined the 6th Street. As long as I'm not on fucking Rainy. Fucking Rainy Street Killer still out there. If you show that to a non-Texan, people would ask them, people ask them, where do you think I'm from? They will hear Texas. Yeah, that's why I do that. I should get an LGBT buckle, a hat and buckle. I should. Should get a rainbow-colored Texas buckle belt. I'll give you my hat guy's number, please. Bought it from a fucking gas station. That hat and the glasses. I was just like, perfect. No notes. They may have. I think 4.1 added a couple of things. Who's the guy? There's a great YouTuber who I'm blanking on their name. I was actually on a panel with him at one point, I think with Citizen Central, who does completely follows all of the sneaky additions to every patch. Like they talk about, they do a series where it's like the stealth insertions, so like all the things that have changed and been added. It wasn't Buc-ee's, no. It was like a 7-Eleven. I actually got it. That would be a Buc-ee's to buy. Expensive. That's exactly where it should come from. Expensive hats are from city folk. Yeah. The 5-star, thank you. Shadow notes. Go follow 5-star. Good content creator. Not revealing too much of the Squadron 42 story. Okay. So before we get to that, I think, did I show you this already? Skoomba? Nope, that's not it. Meet the Titan suit. Virgil LTD's combat power armor. So when I tell you that the ATLS that has the dual like size 1 guns, that's not the combat suit. I mean, it's not the combat suit. Yeah, that's concept art. But also, so is this. And this. You can see where the Titan suit and this suit are in the same sort of, at the same sort of DNA in terms of how they function. But it's clear how they're different suits. You also know this is mostly for Squadron 42. He's not the Astro student in this story, and this streamer swears too much. I do try to not swear as much on Astro story. Someone, yeah, Minimac. Did CIG mention in the past few weeks that engineering control surfaces and other mechanics are all tied together? It'll come in the same patch, or am I conflating engineering in there? You're conflating engineering. Flint Boot and Hat Shop. So Scuba, I'm also mentioning this before we get into the recording for tonight, and then call it a night because we're kind of coming to the end here. Scuba is referencing something. I do have to be fully transparent on this, and I'll do my best to avoid this because I actively try to avoid it. But I know the entire storyline of Squadron 42. The long story short about it is I accidentally spoiled myself going into files looking for a specific line from Tessa Bannister and ended up with, oops, now I know the entire story of Squadron 42. And I've done it a couple times by accident. So whenever I talk about Squadron 42, I do my best to not spoil as much as possible, because I know a lot of folks want to be completely virgin, completely green when they go into it and just experience it for the first time, which I understand completely. How distressing. What line was that? Oh, yeah, you know what it is, Stove. I think the ATLS Combat Mech proper is going to have a black back-mounted fold-out gun, that arm gun on the and an arm shield, possibly. I think they'll go for some multiple stuff though. They described the Zeus suit to an intern for their first project. Mostly for Squadron, you're saying they don't want your money. I mean, I do think that it will come out for Squadron after Squadron's release. I think that's one of those few things that they're going to hold back as long as possible, because it's clear that the mech plays some role. The Zeus, the Titan suit, plays some role in Squadron as some form of either challenge or some sort of cinematic episodes, a scene. So that's not something that I know specifically what it's about. That's one of those details that I don't know personally. But based off of what they've talked about in the monthly reports and what we've seen in game, I don't see the Zeus system, that is the Titan suit called the Zeus, which is confusing. They'll probably change that. I guess they'll call it like Kronos. Ooh, that's a good name for a Titan suit, Kronos. But anyways, getting back to Scuba's question. Without revealing too much of Squadron 42 story, how in-depth do some of the quest chains get? Witcher 3 style, Fallout 3 style, or something new? The base story of Squadron 42 is a mystery. You're unraveling a mystery. That's the main story. So it's all connected together. And in the process of discovering this mystery, you uncover secrets, you meet new people, things sort of evolve as you are participating in, and your decisions have an effect on them. It's a PI style military sci-fi. I'm here for that. I don't expect it to be like groundbreaking storytelling. It's a B action game form. The story is serviceable. The characters are pretty good. But the main plot revolves around an event, an inciting event that happens after the prologue. You encounter this event. This event sends you down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, you meet other characters, other people in the systems that you're in. Right now, all I know is the Odin. And each of those people have side missions which you can interact with. Sometimes they connect to the main mission, sometimes they don't, but like it's more than just a single story that that's told. It's a story that's told like semi-sandbox in terms of how they approach the things. Like Starship Troopers B plot? Yeah, like a I'm not going to say it because people get mad at me or they'll set really high expectations. And I'll say it. But know that I'm going to say this. I'm going to lose all your respect from everyone in chat. I believe that the Aliens franchise is a fantastic franchise, but it is way overblown and it's far too hyped up to be as good as people think it is. Alien and Aliens are really good, solid B movies. Aliens is a B movie with a budget. Good, fun, engaging, just like Terminator movies. Good, fun, engaging schlock. They're fun, but they're not cinematic masterpieces. There's a reason why no Aliens movie has really hit like the first two movies. Alien 3 and all of the other sequels have never really recaptured that magic. It's like Army of Darkness. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. And I think what Chris Roberts and Dave Haddock and the crew behind Squadron 42 is going for Wing Commander meets Aliens. Don't take more than that, than what I just said. Don't say like, ooh, there's xenomorphs. That's not what I meant. Not at all. But it's that vibe. You know, game over, man. Game over. How many combat drops you have? You know, 22 simulated. That kind of thing. It's that sort of like, hoorah, kill them all, and also like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. just. What if there's tragedy in this story and I start crying? No comment. There's no crying in space. I will say it's already kind of been spoiled that this is not a happy story. It's a war story. I think in tone, this is closer to Wing Commander 4 than it is Wing Commander 3. To give you context. Yeah, I'm gonna wander this planet with 0 PPE. Bullshit. Did you see someone made a Star Citizen Wing Commander mod? Really? It's fun. I saw it on Twitter. I forgot who did it. Neat. But yeah, expect a solid action movie with some fun characters, good at character acting. The lines I heard, no actor is half-assing it. They're full-assing it. The whole cast is bringing their fucking. They came to act, and they act the shit out of this game. All of the actors are here to fucking act. Any news on the Theaters of War updates? I think it was added to 4.1. They were added the new maps and stuff like that. I don't know if they're the map modes work like Theaters of War, but the maps themselves are in there. More emotional Halo. Yeah. I think the vibe that I've always gotten from Squadron 42 is Wing Commander with lessons learned from both Wing Commander Mass Effect and Halo. You know, it's Halo, but you're not a super soldier. It's Mass Effect, but you're not Commander Shepard. You're just some guy or gal. You're just a human. You're not the chosen one. You're not the best of the best of the best, sir. You're just somebody. You're just a dude or a dudette in space. If it's anywhere near ME or Halo levels of fun, it'll be pleasantly surprised. Don't twist me saying that it's like as fun as those. I'm saying that the vibes and feel. The question was about the story of it, and sort of the impression of how it's being. It's that sort of feel, that sort of design. Yours a grunt, exactly. That's kind of the. Henry of Scouts in Space. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of the point of the game, and that's every developer I've talked to who's worked on Squadron has vibed with that idea. And I will say this: behind the scenes, I have talked to people, approached me about their work on Squadron 42 in a confidential manner, and I've asked them about it, and none of them have said it's bad. Almost all of them say it's really fucking fun. So, like, these are people who are breaking their fucking, like, they're leaking information to me, like, against their own, like, bosses to tell me, yeah, it's fun. Like, damn. Here's my comment. 2 of my higher ranked games. I think Dritz, you'll probably be whelmed by it. You see very story, very Halo Reach like, and shit, that shit is going down. Yeah, I think that the Reach is a good example of it. I will say that the game pulls a bit of a bait and switch on you early on. Really early on. And I think the average player will kind of go, wait, what the fuck? But then it'll build back up. I'm all for seeing Markel Mason. My space husband, yes. Shush. I'm trying not to spoil it, but it's one of those things where I feel like I kind of have to spoil it at some point, because I think a lot of people are going to get set the wrong expectations based off of because the thing that people forget who've been following this project long is that this is part 1 of 3. This was supposed to be act 1 of the story. Yeah. What happened was that they wrote this big, long script that was for 1 game. And then when they actually started to make the game, they were like, too long. Split it. So they pulled it apart and made it 3 games. And then as they were developing the, Squadron 42, the first game of this trilogy, I guess like chapter 1 or book 1 or whatever they're going to call it, they started adding more things into it with like side missions and characters and other things they wanted to create. So it actually grew a little bit. Haddock finds a way to tell a story on a par with better than Tolkien. I read you. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Star Citizen universe sort of leaning into the grimdark to me, like you're either being crushed by a megacorp, cyberpunk style, you're simply surviving amongst the ruins of things that came before, while the society is so massively overcrowded that there's always someone starting a fight. Kind of. Speaking of that, what does Part 1 mean? Are they making marketing as a full game and that's being released? So we're getting Squadron 43, 44, basically. We're getting Squadron 42 Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. They're all part of the same story that they wanted to tell from the very beginning. Question, Paul and crowd. If you had to pick a next straight to flyable, what professions would you pick? With what's in game right now? Good question. Because I'm thinking about like what's in game right now. I like the idea of an Argo repair van. Repair, salvage, refining, crafting, building, all of those need a starter package in some way, shape, or form. Like none of those are in game except for salvage, and we already know that's coming, so. Will each game take 12 years, or are we witnessing the gaming version of the Avatar movies? Similar to the Avatar movies. You got to remember that Squadron 42 had to build like the game systems, so it needed quantum travel and Maelstrom and Vulcan. All of those things needed to be built for it. But Part 2 of Squadron 42 can reuse a bunch of the assets they make for Part 1, and any additions they make with Star Citizen to improve gameplay or flow or whatever, they can then put back into Part 2. Likely, Squadron 42 Part 1 will have a very different flight model than Star Citizen is, just simply because as time goes on, CIG is going to make changes to Star Citizen that they won't be able to reverse back into Squadron 42. So we may see a situation where Squadron 42 Part 2 has a slightly different, if not very different, flight model from Part 1, as they learn more about how players play in both the single-player game and the multiplayer and adapt those things. But it's less of we need to build all of these systems from scratch, and more of let's take the cinematics team, let's take the mission design teams, let's take the teams that help build out the first game and then build out the second game with what we have. I do think they'll still do patches and stuff like that for the first game, though, to kind of keep it from sucking. Do you think we'll see ships with fun ingress points like the old Freelancer landing stairs? I hope so. All right, I'm gonna get something to drink, and then when I come back, we'll do our read through of the thing in the stuff thing. Our read through of the roadmap roundup. I've been not getting my water, so. We'll also look through the Squadron 42. I'll do two. I'll do this, and I'll do the Squadron 42 as capsules. So, button is available. You're good to go. If you're watching this on YouTube or new, lower the volume when I'm gone because chat's going to go crazy here for me. Be right back.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Hello, I like money.
Good news, everyone!
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Mission complete. Burrito, I eat. There you go.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Everybody and his dog calls
Do
himself
I
an
need to
outlaw.
find it's only a model myself?
One button's off. Do I need to find it's only a model myself? You might need to. I'm gonna move some of these to paid to like biddy redeems, just because people like it. So servers seem to be taking a dump. It is the first day of launch. They tend to do that. You only joined 5 months ago. Ooh. Interesting. All right. Took this long though, so plus, yeah. I joined your stream 5 months ago. I've been in start since 3:15. Okay. Been here for a while. All right. Capsule time. Hello, and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. A small, dramatic pause. Small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you come join me and chat live here as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. It's a yak live stream, but because I know a lot of people are like, well, Paul, I don't have 4 hours to listen to you. It's fine. I do these little segments to hopefully give you some incentive to do so later if you want to give you kind of a hint at the kind of stuff we look at, the kind of stuff we talk about. I don't always record these about everything we do. Like we've gone over extensively with stuff like the ISCs. 4.1 was just released as of this recording, so we went over the 4.1 release, the prices of the ships, the Q&As for the new ships, and all of those sorts of things, and piece some stuff together. So it's sort of a sit down and chat and review what we can from the week and pull it out in terms of a holistic approach, not just like what is the game, but like game, the lore, the community, what's going on, all that kind of stuff, and some discussions as well. So with that all out of the way, what we're going to be talking about today is the roadmap roundup from March 26, 2025, and see what was new and what's changed. Roadmap roundup 3/26/25, 8 p.m. Hello everyone. Every 2 weeks we accompany the roadmap roundup with a brief explanatory note to give you an insight into the discussion making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. Just a reminder, the 1.0 column showcases features and content planned for inclusion in or before Star Citizen. No, this means you may not have to wait for the 1.0 release to experience them. As features content in 1.0 column become ready, they will migrate left into the point patch column for release. Be sure to check back every 2 weeks for the latest updates. With that, let's dive into this week's roadmap update. All right, notable changes from March 26, 2025. Release View 4.1, Heavy Combat Armor Antium, a rugged and stylish new armor set tailored for a brave adventurers facing new dangers. This is not the Combat ATLS that's been leaked earlier, which I'll see if I can find a picture of and put it up here in a moment. All I'm finding is other YouTubers' content, so I'm gonna steal them. I apologize. TIJI. I'll pull this up so you can see real quickly. This is not it, but I will talk about. We'll show it off real quick. So this is also was in the PTU. I don't know if it's in live yet, but this was in Wiccolo's Emporium, so you can get an idea. But this is not what was part of that. This is different. Still. This again was from TIJI. So make sure you go subscribe to them on YouTube and give them some love. All right. So, Arena Commander, new map, Astor's Clearing, adding a Stanton settlement on Microtech available in the free flight for exploration. Part has been set committed. So, Arena Commander, new map, Crossroads of Crime, Theaters of War, adding the largest Arena Commander map so far, available in multiple game modes, free flight, tank royale, team elimination, single weapon elimination, gun rush, and kill collector. If I am correct, this edition here is more than just the Crossroads of Crime, it's the entire planet. You can explore the whole area in free flight if you wanted to. I think it's mostly just that stuff, and you can fly through the whole thing. So it's not just adding that. Juvenile Valacar, a new creature ready to challenge those who dare to cross its path. This card has been set to committed. Drake Golem, adding Drake's new mining starter. This card has been set to committed. The Argo ATLS, adding the Argo ATLS GEO, a power suit dedicated to mining with practical augmentations, including lasers, storage, and a new way to travel with jump packs. Card has been set to committed. So, pretty much all the stuff that's coming in 4.1, and they've added, there's no update to the progress tracker, so that's what it is. We're pretty short this time. I think the big one is the fact that we've got all of these 4.1 stuff added because 4.1 has been released. There's a couple other things we probably want to talk about before going forward. Most of what we see here is sort of stepping stones. The juvenile Valacar, they've talked about how they're going to be adding the larger Valacar. When it's ready, it'll come out. The fact that they're adding the Crossroads of Crime, which is the big thing for Theater War, it was the Theater's War map, means that we might see more additions to the Arena Commander modes, because we're getting more Arena Commander updates, which had been pulled back because of CIG's commitment to getting 4.0 out. Now it seems like that team is back to work with that. And of course, new combat armor is a nice addition. We're going to get more armor out here soon. So, short but sweet. Hopefully give you some update to what's going on. Go enjoy 4.1, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. That's definitely not going up, because this is a pathetic roadmap roundup. I don't think we'll get much in the future either, but it was neat. That was less than 7 minutes, by the way. All right. Let me add something to this. Here you go, chat. The pause was longer than it took me to read the roundup. Yeah. It was the capsule. That was the pill. Music good? Not too loud? Can you hear it at least? Or should I move it up or down? Okay. Let's get started. Hello and welcome to an office hours capsule. That's right, a capsule. This is a small section of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. You can come join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Love to have you come and join us live as we talk about all things Star Citizen and Squadron 42 in terms of lore, news, and more. This is a rare one because this is becoming a bi-monthly affair, but we are going to be talking about the Squadron 42 newsletter update. Now, I do want to make this maybe not crystal clear, but definitely more so people kind of understand a little bit more. These updates are the beginnings, at least in my opinion, the beginnings of the advertisement campaign that CIG is doing for the release of Squadron. These newsletters come out every 2 months, and they're all about a different aspect of the game. The first one we covered earlier, which was on the music of Squadron 40, how it works and everything comes out. It was all very good, very cool. This one is specifically on the Vanduul and the Vanduul language. Now, I am not going to try to pronounce anything in Vanduul, but you'll be able to get like an idea from looking at some of this. So let's take a look at the Vanduul, main enemies of Squadron. March newsletter. Codebreakers needed. Vanduul language. Humanity's hostile relationship with the Vanduul began almost 300 years ago, after the alien species unexpectedly raided a civilian outpost in the Orion system. This first contact cost countless human lives, as has every encounter since. The Vanduul homeworld is unknown. Their command structure is obscure, and with so little intel available to anticipate their agenda, all diplomatic efforts to improve human-Vanduul relations failed. It seems that the only language they understand is violence. But as humans, we must continue to rise above. Enlist and help today's Vanduul become tomorrow's vanquished. Our next step towards victory is to crack their communications. Some art, in-game art of Vanduul look like now. Interception. UE naval intelligence has allowed us to share a formerly classified comms chatter intercepted during Vanduul encounters. Your examination of these excerpts will lead to a greater understanding of the Vanduul syntax and diction, may even yield sensitive data to aid in humanity's victory.
UEE intercepted transmission. Origin classified. Content Vanduul communication. Begin playback.
Looks like Chef. Jatario? Skål! Krista Kunga! Krajse! Oachita! Krista Hollandajat! Gizoi tu truzes! Han kloch tu sets! Kloch nachsjes! Eras kloch eras! Vora! Saolai! Tu schuvat! Tai! Short kloch honaset! Katathurchna!
End of transmission.
Very cool. Now, if you want to have a crack at it, I'm going to put this up here because I've got a friend who does a lot of lore content. Not myself. I also am the Astro historian for the people, but I have a couple other friends, Jail and Major Star Stuff. And Major Star Stuff put up a video of their attempt at cracking the Vanduul language said in the video. So I'll leave it up there, and I'll leave it in chat for everybody else here to watch on your own. We'll probably watch as a group quickly, but you should watch it on your own as well to check out what they think everything's happening. All right. Tactical translations. As a UE naval recruit, you will be given access to several approved phrases to begin your linguistic efforts. While official attempts to fully translate the Vanduul dialect continue at the highest levels, it must remain classified to prevent panic among civilian populations. Pronunciation guide. When using the pronunciation guide, you'll see arrows that show you the pitch to use for single syllable. If you do not see an arrow, use an even tone voice. Arrow down, low voice, arrow up, or two like squared, high tone, rising, kind of arrow to the side. Rising tones start low and end up slightly lower, then smoothly rise before returning to mid-range. Double arrow down, low, creaky tone like a growl or vocal fry. Quick notes on the sounds that are unusual or not used in English. CQ is an emphatic A or KH sound. So K, made near the back of the palate. K. Oh, I don't do that. K. Think of how you say the word queen Isolate the Q sound. K. It's at the back of the palate, so K. Like the K. Almost like your kind of thing. Now put some spirit into it. That's how you get the Vanduul K. The X sound pronounced as the CH in lock, like the German ich or book. So X is K. Yeah, like an Arabic cough. IL is pronounced the I, as in the pit of the as in pit with the OO of boot strung together. Ew. Oh. Ew. Ew. Okay. EW is pronounced as the, what is that? DE, the French word. French, please help me with that one. I do not know how to pronounce that. I don't know what this word is right here. Double letters like SS and EE show the length of the sound should be doubled. Sound U, which is written in basic pronunciation as O, as OO as in boot, will be written as OOOO if that's double length sound. Look, I, K, U, Que. Kuikwe. Like I said, I cannot pronounce the alien language to save myself. But this is a full language. For those of you who don't know or are not experienced with this, there is a full Vanduul language that they have created for Squadron 42 and its sister game, Star Citizen. It's created by an actual professional who has made up languages, has helped work with, I think, on Klingon and specifically on the Atlantean language from the Disney Atlantis series. And I want to say there's one other blanking on. Klingon's probably the most famous one, but I think it was the Na'vi language. Yeah, I think they helped with the Na'vi language. So, I forgot what it's called. Conlang, constructed language. So, Conlang expert. Yeah. Claim your scythe. To incentivize your efforts, the UE Navy will provide a reclaimed Vanduul Scythe spacecraft to 3 participants who submit a video of their attempts to master the proper pronunciation collection of the Vanduul language. Competition rules can be found on Spectrum. Here. They're also selling socks. Honor your and your fellow codebreakers' hard work with the Academy Regulation socks, exclusively available to UEN recruits in receipt of this confidential communique. Keep warm and kick ass, recruits. Some art. UEE Public Relations and Service Department has created unique artwork that will be available in high-resolution bundle, suitable for your workstation or handheld device. It's a stark but important reminder of the Vanduul threat. Responsibility of all citizens to answer to the call to the... Starting. I'll pull up and we'll take a look at them. That's the ones we've been seeing before. Socks, $30. It's 2 socks, though. It's still pretty expensive for 2 socks, even now. And that's the Squadron 42 report. Now, like I said, our Squadron 42 newsletter. Like I said, it's pretty cool to hear the language and stuff like that. And this language is a full thing. You will probably be hearing mostly Vanduul language when it comes to encounters with them in Squadron 42. And And we're probably going to get another one in May, which is actually an important one because the end of May is also the Invictus launch week for Star Citizen. It's the sort of this big moment for recruits in the Navy to join. So we may actually be seeing possibly some more information on Squadron 42's release date, maybe a little bit more information on the academy system that functions when you join the flight academy in Squadron 42. We'll see. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed that. If you did enjoy this, make sure you hit that follow button or like the video, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And as always, if let me know down below in the comments if you like this sort of thing, if you want me to cover these more regularly. I'd love to do so, especially with Squadron 42. I'm definitely looking for the game. And let me know what you are looking forward to with Squadron 42, what you want to know about Squadron 42 before pulling that trigger if CIG ever does pull the pre-orders back up. And do you think Squadron 42 is still going to release in 2026? Let me know in the comments below. And like I always say, hope to see you someday. The Black. All right, we're gonna hang out a few more minutes, then we'll call it because I still got about 5 or 6 minutes. The novelty socks, $30 isn't that much. I mean, most novelty socks will cost you between $15 and $20. That sounds about right. Still a little high, but it's oui in French. Okay. What's going on? Why can't I rewind the stream? Is this a choice you've made in the settings? Possibly. I may have hit something. I can go back and change that. I'm almost done. An NPC just threw a grenade at me at a bunker. That's new to me. Is that new overall? They've been doing it since 4.0, or at least they're supposed to be doing it 4.0, but yes, they will. Cool socks though, yeah. I don't know if they're worth that. They're worth the $30, but. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that real quick. Here you go. Let's listen to Major Star stuff. Try to pronounce Vanduul.
Rivokitlos Rav Vandutlo Riset Tlos Siandaku Kritikun Resa Yudah Ritusa Hodlum Yeshkang Runza.
No. Well, have a good night. Going to get back into the game. Enjoyed your content in the capsule. Thank you. Usa? Yeah. Very cool. Put this in There you go. Go take a look at it. I knew I should have learned Klingon. If there's one language I want to learn, it's the Banu. Because that's just my style, baby. Or Tavaran. Of course, we don't know the Tavaran language yet, and we don't know a lot about them because CIG is focusing on the Banul, and obviously the Banu and Jian. Source me in the tower at Hangar 30, it hurt 30 in orbit, getting naded in the top floor. Even if you hold the high ground, NPCs can airburst you with a nade. Damn. I hope the Tavarans sound similar to Greek. Or like Aramaic. Because the Tavaran are based off of, in like practice, they're based off of the Carthaginians. Though they're also heavily inspired by the Japanese. So a sort of Japanese-Greek hybrid would be an interesting choice. Especially with them being birds, having the higher pitched might work as well. At DC's on a fresh server, had a pusher move on me while flanker through a nade and forced us out of cover. The NPCs are good when they're not shit. The problem is that the servers are often shit. So all right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. I'm going to call it a night there. I'm almost here at 4 hours here. I will be back tomorrow with Loken, and we'll probably do some Star Citizen. I'll look and see what he's up to. And then Saturday, we've got the theme for Saturday, suggested by Radar Ranger, which I've sort of added on, is agent smithing. That's right. We're talking about one of the oldest sort of additions that Star Citizen wanted to make way back in the day. For those of you who haven't heard about it, agent smithing was the idea that CIG would allow us to take over NPCs and use NPCs on a friend's ship to help them crew a ship. The idea being that you wouldn't benefit from doing so, but you'd be able to enjoy hanging out on your friend's ship and fighting, even if you were on the other side of the galaxy. So this is sort of going to be talking about agent smithing, but we're also going to talk about other things that CIG has suggested or other things that CIG could do to remove the friction that currently exists in game. By friction, I mean things that cause you more effort to do that you don't necessarily need. Some friction is good, like you die, you have to rebuy your gear or something like that. So you have some consequences to your actions and it does slow you down a little bit. You have to like claim your ship and there's a timer for it. But some friction is also entirely unneeded, like having to go around and repurchase all of your armor from every place where it is because it's scattered across the universe rather than just having it as an armor set that you can repurchase. Or friction like having to like claim your ship every time you go somewhere in order to get it there instead of some sort of transport system. Or, you know, buggy stuff like having to like store and unstore your ship and all that kind of stuff. Other friction, removing friction issues like landing. Having something like an auto land where you can take it over and it'll land for your ship for you so you don't have to constantly white knuckling everywhere you go. Those sorts of additions that CIG can make or have talked about in the past, where they're at, if CIG should still do them, if these are good ideas, that kind of thing. Yeah, you, me too. Yeah, that's sort of being able to like take over an NPC and control them. That's going to be fun. So hopefully you'll join us for that. We're going to do a lore expedition on Saturday. The officers and I have been talking about what that lore expedition is going to be. It's either going to be some like Wiccolo mission or running some other missions. We're not going to be doing the Align in Mind this weekend because it's the first weekend and all of us are like, we don't want that smoke. Nobody wants the janky, buggy, broken reality of Align in Mind. We're going to wait until at least a week or maybe a couple of weeks until CIG really has, hot fixes out to fix some of the problems and make things are working, especially since the weekend is when everyone plays. So there's a problem. And then on Monday, I'm going to go back to my 0 to Hero playthrough. We'll be playing for a couple of hours, just hanging out for two or 3 hours, playing the game with that basic account that I have and trying to earn more money. In the process of making a lot of money trading in Pyro, which is nice. Anywho, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching with us. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday